There are thousands of airstrips that are dirt, grass, and mud across the United States, Canada, and the world. Many of these are inaccessible to normal aircraft. There's a certain breed of pilot who wants to be able to land anywhere, either for sport or by pure necessity. They're bush pilots. We practice these skills so we can be safe off airport, so we can get into and out of the tight spots, the backcountry, and the unimproved fields. You'll now watch some of the best pilots in the world show you what they can do with as little as 50 feet. Not only can they take off and land off airport, they can take off and land anywhere. This is the Husky National STOL Series.
got on that reversible prop as soon as his elastic boom wheel hit the turn. That was outstanding. Boom. Now, did you see the shocks play out?
I did.
He was completely out of it. Jeff Womack, ladies and gentlemen, he's got a GoPro on that thing. Sacrilege. He's got a GoPro on a 2-cylinder, 39 horsepower, 1934 Aeronautica C3. And here he goes, ladies and gentlemen. No tail wheel, just a tail skid. Perfect.
I guess I'm going to go hold a baby alligator. See you guys later.
The Husky National STOL Series is presented by Husky and Aviat Aircraft, America's favorite tail dragger. McFarlane Aviation Products, thousands of parts, save thousands of dollars. American Legend Aircraft, not your grandfather's Cub. Duke Propellers, offer a wide range of carbon-made propellers and rotors. Sarasota Avionics, the #1 aircraft avionics installer in the nation. Rugged Radios, the official communications provider of National STOL. Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance, aviation protected. AirTech Coatings, we make paint fly. Sporty's Pilot Shop, learn to fly here. The Fat Tire Cowboys. The Coushatta Tribe of Louisiana. The Jeff Davis Parish Tourist Commission. LaBerge Casino Hotel. And now, live from Jennings, Louisiana, this is Swamp Stol.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the National STOL's Swamp Stol Spectacular 2022. This is going to be a day for the history books, I truly believe.
It is.
And guys,
absolutely.
I have to bring you guys my friend Matt. This entire event is happening because of him, because his relationships, not just with the pilots, the sponsors, of course, with all the great people here, but with the people who've come together from the community that we're going to see a lot of today. I'm excited about it. My name's Eric Farewell. This is Matt. You guys enjoy. Take it away, my friend.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Swamp Stol DEUX. This is part of the Husky National STOL Series. I'm Matthew Pearson, joined here with Eric. And we have a few things to get out of the way before we begin the competition. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please stand and remove your hats. And join me in a brief word of prayer for the safety of the pilots. Father, please bless this event today. Keep these pilots safe as they compete. And keep these pilots safe on their drive home. Father, bless this event and all who have come to spectate here today, and keep them safe on their drive home too. Lord, today also we bless that you would give this nation and every nation peace on earth. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen.
Amen.
Color guard, post. Ladies and gentlemen, the color guard you see before you is provided by the Lake Charles Composite Squadron, LA 007. Commanded by Captain Jennifer Creel with Cadet Commander Lieutenant Nathan Laguerre. The commander of this color guard is First Sergeant Wesley Felice. And we're ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go. Welcome to Swamp Stol DEUX. Eric, are you ready?
I'm ready, my friend. I'm excited because a lot of the stuff that we're going to see today is potential for world records. Stuff
Absolutely.
That's legitimately a true world record. Some of the practice yesterday, we saw landings that were -8 inches.
Yes, it was pretty crazy.
Touchdown, roll backwards. I feel like that counts as almost a world record.
But, we can't talk about that if we don't talk about the weather. We got to talk about the weather this year. And we're going to make a brief mention of the weather last year, like the X we hate. Because last year's weather, let's just face it, last year's weather was absolutely horrible. It was
you guys
hot,
had the
humid.
worst possibility. It was everyone had heat stroke all at the same time.
Yes, it was terrible. It was 112-degree index, heat index out on the field. Now today, what do we have?
Oh, it's heaven.
Beautiful.
And it's not just heaven, it's heaven for STOL. We have winds right down the runway.
Yep.
There's a little bit of a gust factor, which is going to come into play in the competition aspect of this.
Right.
We're going to see some pilots waiting and watching, trying to get that little bit of extra edge over the competitor. You're going to watch, I know for a fact, this very first class we have, the heavy touring.
That's right.
Warren's given me a few little pieces of advice, things that he's going to be doing, but just to make sure that he's in the right set of gusts to shorten up those takeoffs. We're going to see a lot of people playing with this wind, and I think it's going to be some of the more hot competition we've seen thus far in the series.
Absolutely, and especially the wind was coming out of the west yesterday, folks, but it has, as Eric said, it shifted directly out of the north, and it's a little cool.
It's lovely.
It's
We're going to see, I don't even know what our density altitude is right now, but I know for a fact that the airport's about 25 feet off the water.
That's right.
So we got to have a pretty good density altitude right now.
It may be negative.
Oh, man.
You may have a
to look
negative
this up.
density altitude. We're going to have to check that later. And so, yeah, we're going to see some great performance out of these aircraft today. I know Dan Reynolds was taking advantage of that wind out of the west yesterday.
Without a question in my mind at all, if you stood underneath him, you would have watched him fly backwards about 5 to 8 miles an hour.
That's right.
And every once in a while, he just pitched down, had a touch of power, and right back up to that runway.
Right back
set
up.
it back down, and he was always stopping before the white markers on the runway. So I feel like that's using as much of the runway as possible, about 16 inches or so.
Yeah, you're using about 16 inches, and these guys have been practicing. They've been practicing a little bit last night. We had some pretty good weather last night to practice in after dinner.
And we got to go over here to DI's for dinner, which if you guys are watching this online, you're missing the opportunity to be here in person, flying in for dinner with about 40 of your best friends, having a great meal, and then flying back out. That's the dream.
You can't beat it. You can't beat it.
Absolutely not.
You cannot beat it.
One of the things I would have to bring up as well, you said there was some practicing. I got to be honest with you. I didn't see a whole lot of practicing. I mean, you got Hal out there, he's practicing. You got Steve out there, he's practicing. But we've got a lot of guys out here who woke up at 6:30 this morning when our good friend Micah got up in his 170 and woke us all up, because it looked like fun. These guys are horsing around, and it is absolutely a blast. That's what this entire sport is about. It's the idea of coming out, honing your skills, becoming the best competitor you could be, sure, but going out and having fun with your friends to do it. This weather's been perfect. And the fields around here,
cannot beat it.
Man, you're going to be seeing a lot of mud on the tail of a few of these airplanes that have been playing everywhere they can.
I think so. And you see we're starting to line up the heavies right now. Our first class is heavy touring. Now, Eric, we need to go over the rules here a little bit for the folks at home who might be tuning in for the first time, or some of the folks who are here to watch the competition.
We actually have a lot of really awesome folks that are local pilots, both airplane pilots and paramotor pilot friends of mine. I've got Sean over here. These guys we're like, how's it scored? How's it judged? Let's walk everybody through exactly what we're looking for the perfect run.
So this is traditional STOL, and traditional STOL is scored in feet. And what you're trying to do is take off in the least amount of feet and land in the least amount of feet. All right, short take off and landing. That's the name of the game here. So as you see Andrew Patry come around here, your main wheels start on the start line. The line judge will bring you up. He'll stop you on the start line. You'll wind that motor up, and then as fast as you can, you want to get off the ground, because it's where your wheels leave the ground. That's where you scored. You come around in the pattern, and then you land and where your main wheels stop. Now remember, the third wheel doesn't count, the nose wheel doesn't count, and the tail wheel doesn't count. We're not worried about it. Where your main gear stops, that's your score on landing. And then you take those two scores together, combine them, and that's your score for the day. And we are going to see some good scores today, I think. And look, the wind is even picking up a little bit more, and that's a great thing for us.
It is indeed. And one thing we got to keep in mind is this is not like every other kind of game where you're looking for a high score. We want the lowest possible score.
As possible.
So we've seen combined scores as low as, what was John Humboldt's in Set of Fun? I think it was like 40-ish, 50-ish?
Yes. Yeah, it was in the 40-50
low. Right? So we're going to see very different scores for each of these classes. What are some of the scores we can expect from the heavies?
So from the heavies, you're going to be taking off in about 125 to 150 feet and landing in the 175 range. But of course, a lot of that's going to vary. Now, we all saw Andrew Patry practicing yesterday. He looked really good. He looked very good. Our current champion, Mr. Warren Robillard there in number 46, All right, he's going to be a little bit less than that. Now, these guys aren't just running regular motors. Let's go to our book of knowledge here.
Book of knowledge.
All right, so when you start talking about Andrew Patry, who is running basically a stock 182 here, the Bumblebee.
It sounds stock. It sounds stock, but it's not. When you actually start diving into the details of this, he's vacuum deleted the motor. He's running titanium gear legs. That saves you like 26 pounds,
That's
right?
right.
So it's not a cheap mod, but going to titanium gear legs, these are the things they're looking for. These guys are not willing to pass by a burger, right? But
No.
they'll spend any amount of money to make the airplane as light as possible.
Well, if you lose 26 pounds, then the pilot doesn't have to lose 26 pounds.
That's
that's how that
right.
works.
That's exactly right.
Because I've run out of places to lose weight on my plane except for the pilot, and we all know that's just not going to happen.
That's not going to happen. But Andrew is going to be first up, and he has some pretty impressive placements in the past. First place in heavy touring at Outlaw 2021, third place here at Swamp STOL last year, first place at Lone Star 21, and third place most consistent at Lone Star 21 as well.
Yes, that's actually a very coveted award for a lot of these pilots, because a consistent pilot is a good pilot.
And quite frankly, I hate to admit this, but consistency for me is far more important than winning the trophy around your neck. I would rather be consistent. When we saw at Sun and Fun, we saw young Austin.
That's right.
3 in a row that were within, I think, 4 to 5 feet of each other.
Yep.
Right? Absolutely unbelievable to see that level of consistency. But that's a pilot who's 19 years old, and 3 days before his 19th birthday, he rolled over 2,000 hours of flight time, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Absolutely astonishing.
And what that means is every single time he set up the same way. And every single time he came in, he was at the same angle of attack, and every time he landed, he was doing all the same stuff.
But you competed in that event.
I did.
And you and I both know that no matter how consistent the pilot is, that air is never the same.
No, especially at Sun and Fun.
Especially at Sun
and Fun. And we don't know what the air is going to do here, and we've got a great wind right now, but the wind may blow harder for Andrew, and then it may just leave Warren hanging. You don't know.
Warren's a very good friend of mine, so I like to give him a little bit of a hard time. If that happens, which he'll claim it happens, period.
Yeah. You always blame the wind. Always blame the wind.
It's always the wind's fault.
That's always the thing.
Absolutely. But these guys have the skills, and they have airplanes purpose-built to do this. One of the things that a lot of people may not realize is each of these pilots out here, unless they have a fuel system that has incredibly accurate control, which, let's face it, most of these older 180s and 182s don't.
They don't.
They're draining their fuel down, and they're adding only the fuel they need,
That's
approximately an hour of fuel for each of these demos. So they're able to fly for half an hour and have that reserve fuel left over. So
That's right.
Those 5-gallon buckets out there are getting used every day.
They're running as light as they can possibly run. They're, like you say, it's all about pounds.
Absolutely.
It's all about pounds. Now, we're going to talk about them later when we start getting into the experimentals, but when you talk to Steve and Hal and Dan and some of these guys who run really light aircraft, they talk about a pound here, a pound.
They're talking
there.
ounces.
Yes,
Ounces.
yes.
We were about 15 seconds away from Andrew taking the first take. Oh,
And here he goes. Here goes
Into the
Andrew
power.
Patry, and the
Flaps are
Bumblebee's
down.
pulling. Oh, my goodness.
That would look like a sub 100.
That was an 80-foot takeoff. That was an 80-foot takeoff in a 182. That is outstanding.
That's an airplane with an empty weight of 1,630 pounds. 1,630 pounds getting off the ground at 80 feet.
That is outstanding.
That's the kind of thing we like to see here.
That
and now
is
we've got
outstanding.
a 205 from Brandon Korn. 205 is an airplane that not a lot of people know about, but it is an incredible performance.
He's rotating. Look, he's up in 100.
It's pretty impressive for an
That's
airplane.
awesome.
Of
That is
weight.
awesome. That is great.
Brandon Korn all the way from Gaz, Texas.
And here comes our buddy Warren Robillard. His mustache came in really well.
It really
did.
He's got the
we
fireman
gave him a lot of
stash.
we gave him a lot of trouble at first, but it looks good now. Here he comes. He's got that tail
on
up
deck.
high. Now he's going to rotate.
Oh, a little longer than
90.
anticipated. Yeah,
90.
just about that 90, 95 foot
But
mark.
Andrew's been practicing. And he's gunning for him because he took first place in Outlaw STOL, and he wants to take first place here.
Sometimes you got to fight to get your first place back.
That's exactly right.
Don Mickey now.
Here he goes. Here goes Don. His wife Katie's here with him. She got to hold a baby alligator yesterday.
That's right. She did. Interesting, we're noticing a difference in style here. Obviously, Warren getting the tail up as quickly as possible,
That's
waiting to throw the flaps in. Don
That's right.
saying, no, I'm going to stay in the three-point attitude. I want to keep this as clean as possible. Well, so who's better?
This is hard to believe. We've had some talks about this with the tail dragger pilots, that what they do is they pick that tail up. So the fulcrum is on the main gear.
You said the tail dragger. You mean the real pilots?
The real pilots.
All right. I just wanted to.
I got my endorsement. I don't know what you're talking about. So they'll pick that tail up using the main wheel as the fulcrum. So the heaviest thing in the airplane is the engine, right? So they'll pick that tail up, roll forward. When they slam the tail down, it's throwing all that weight of the engine into the air. They're literally trying to launch that aircraft.
And another part of that is as they're pitching forward, you'll oftentimes notice they go beyond into a negative pitch because they're actually using the weight of the engine to drag itself forward. I know it seems ridiculous.
Right, it's crazy.
But it works.
And what's the danger there?
Prop strikes.
Prop strikes.
But
our old friend. Here comes Andrew Patry on final.
Almost worth it. Andrew's airplane is set up with the Sportsman STOL Cluff. He's got the VGs, an MT prop. He is set up for success. And if he can not scratch on these,
now
show him what he did yesterday, I think we have a lot of work here for Warren to contend with.
So here he comes. Everybody with bated breath. Good one.
It's good.
Good one for Andrew Patry.
On the brakes hard.
Look at that. That's about 100 feet.
I think it's about exactly 100 feet.
You can't beat that. 100 feet with a 182.
Absolutely love it.
That is outstanding. And you'll notice as soon as they get his mark, he hits the gas and gets out of the way because he knows here comes the next one.
Brandon's right behind him in that beautiful 205, all the way from New Mexico. I apologize. He's actually from Texas. Our next competitor after Warren's from New Mexico.
Uh-oh, wait a minute. Scratch.
It's a scratch.
It's a scratch.
Now, for those of you guys at home that don't know what a scratch is when you touch your mains down before the line that's on the grass. Now, that line is there along with the timing mechanism that allows us to see if it's broken. So, sadly, he touched those mains down just a little too early, and that time or that landing will not be counted toward his scores.
Who we got coming in on final here?
That's got to be our friend Warren.
That's Warren. That's Warren coming in on final. Look how high and slow he is. That is amazing. He looks like he's just hanging there.
Warren likes to say that he really likes to get behind it and be right there at the edge of the power curve, getting the nose as high as he can. Oftentimes you'll see his tail touch the ground long before he gets across that line.
And here, I love it. I love the way he's just floating. He's just floating down.
Got that sight picture in his eyes.
Down.
He knows exactly where he wants to be.
Yep.
Wait for the flaps to come up.
He is set up very, very well. And this is a cross-country airplane that he's flying right now. He flew in from Naples, Florida, ladies and gentlemen.
It's good.
That's very good.
Heavy on the brakes. Those flaps went up immediately.
And just a little, 110 maybe?
118 maybe?
110, 118. We can call that.
He's going to be frustrated with these scores. I know he's going to be frustrated, but that's just going to make him fly harder the next time.
It is. And he's going to be even higher. We got one of our sponsors here, Mr. Smith Thomas from Dispatch Aviation, who provided breakfast for all the pilots.
Thanks for breakfast, brother. It was delicious.
We appreciate you. Thank you for coming. Good to see you. Good to see you.
The last but not least, Don Mickey on short approach now. He is going to be taking looks like a little bit different line where Warren stayed high. Don is sliding a little bit lower in, getting that 3-point position set up earlier.
Now, of course, a lot of folks are dragging in. You'll see a lot of folks, they'll drag their aircraft in, but when you drag in, you run the danger of the wind coming out from underneath. All right, now that's not bad.
Not bad at all.
A lot of pilots land long after their first run because what they're looking to do is they're looking to get one in the books.
Yep, because if you start pushing too hard too early and you end up with 3 scratches in a row, there's nothing worse for these pilots.
If you get 3 scratches in a row, you're just, you're out. You're not going to win. And it happens, and I've seen it happen to some very good pilots.
So that was round 1, and we've already got some results in. Looking to see if we have totals.
So Brandon scratched out that round. Andrew Patry is in the lead.
At 172.
His total, that 172, ladies and gentlemen, is his total score.
It's pretty darn impressive. For a 182. A mostly stock 182. Now, mind you, I don't think you'll find a scratch of carpet in that airplane.
No.
There's not more than one seat.
Everything's out. Everything's out of the aircraft. All the seats are out. Everything is out. And then coming right behind him is Warren Robillard at 216. Now, what you notice is there's not that much difference. And then Don Mickey at 301.
Andrew back
Here
under
comes
power.
Andrew. Oh,
Dragging the tail.
Wow, look at that. And you see he's got that tail skid on there.
I think he needs it.
He does. He does. He bumps his tail a lot.
Trying to be a Zenith.
Did we have any Zeniths register this year?
Not for this event. I haven't seen
I
any
am
register.
really, I gotta put a shout out there to John Humbert and all those folks. They need to get down here.
Absolutely. Watching John and Jan.
Oh, look
amazing.
at that.
Good.
That is a beautiful airplane. That's a good run.
It really is. Brandon Korn, number 30.
Great job, Brandon. And here comes Mr. Warren Robillard, number 46.
Let's watch that aggressive stance once again. Tail coming off the ground,
Way
driving
off
it in.
the ground. Here he comes.
Pulling in.
Rotate. There
And
he
he's off.
is.
That's a
There
much
he
better
goes.
takeoff for Warren.
That's what Warren wants. Now he's chasing behind Andrew Patry.
Exactly.
Now he's right there. Here comes Don in this beautiful 180.
Now Don's at an advantage here. He's got a little bit lighter airplane.
He does have a little lighter airplane, and did you see he took off? That was actually pretty. That was pretty good.
A little more aggressive this time.
A little more aggressive this time, and that's why they get 3 rounds. You get that first round, kind of get your feet underneath you. You get that first round, you get your feet underneath you. The second round, you start dialing things in a little better. By the third round, they're really being aggressive. They really know how the aircraft is performing and how they want to perform.
And that's what I think about is so fun about National STOL is having this opportunity to see pilots in the same conditions with wildly different scores. You know, you can see these guys just grease one and make it look easy, and the next next 2 opportunities, they're either scratching or they're making it longer and longer.
So here comes Mr. Andrew Patry. Big fan of gator bites at DIs. There you go.
Heavy on the braking.
Heavy on the braking.
Those rear wheels.
Almost a 110. Almost 110. A very respectable landing. Not as good as his first one.
We got Brandon dragging it in this time. A little bit different approach. Off the power. Have to goose it once again.
A little bit long on that one, but that's okay. It's safe and it's in the books.
It is. I think
he has a score in the books now.
He had that opportunity where it was going to be on the line or add a little more power, and he took the safer choice, which is great to get that score in the books.
Yep, and all of this is feel coming in. These guys are flying by the seat of their pants. Your airspeed indicator usually dies at about 40 miles an hour. And when your airspeed indicator dies at 40 miles an hour, you're landing at 35 or even less. Everything that you're getting, the feedback you're getting from the airplane, as you know, you're getting it from the seat of your pants.
100%. There's no reason to even look at an instrument. If you ask almost any of these pilots here what their approach speed is, they'll say, I have no idea.
I have no clue.
Yeah.
It's all feel. And I'd like to point out to the folks at home and anybody watching this program right now, that all gets figured out at 2,000 feet.
Yeah, you don't try that the first time.
You don't try this first time down here. All right, all of this, and there are lots of schools that you can go to where you can learn how to do this. Now Warren's coming in a little bit low this time.
He is. He's dragging it in. You're going to see him try to get that tail down.
You're going to see that nose come.
Oh,
wow.
It's good.
Whoa!
And he's stopping at 85 feet.
85 feet. Now there you go.
He's
That's
coming
a good
for
landing.
Andrew now. Now he's coming for him.
He's gunning for him. He's got his number, and he's getting his plane dialed in. That's the important thing.
And the thing to keep in mind is that plane keeps getting lighter. At about 12 gallons an hour, about 80 pounds an hour, that plane's getting lighter and lighter. So this final round, we're going to see the maximum performance that he can deliver.
That's right. And like you said, these guys, they've calculated exactly how much fuel they need to compete, and they have that. If you're like me, you put a little bit extra in, just, you just put a little extra in for love. Just a little love. Okay, here comes Don Mickey. Bring it in, Don.
Under power. Oh, if it's
tail
good.
wheel first.
And it was good.
Tail wheel first. That is an outstanding landing. 120 feet for Don Mickey. Outstanding. You know when that tail wheel hits first, that they've got that good high angle of attack. They're getting all the energy out of the aircraft that they can before the wheels hit the ground.
You know, there's always something to be said here. We get kind of jaded, right? We would look at the light sport and we're like, man, these guys are getting off the ground in 50 feet. They're like, these are mission-capable airplanes capable of carrying 5-6 people.
That's right.
That it's ridiculous. The stuff you can fit into 182. You know, Warren had a motorcycle practically in the back of that thing.
Yeah, he's got his e-bike.
Yeah.
He brings his e-bike everywhere he goes. And like you said, they have range, they have lift capability, passenger capability. All of these in the heavy touring are aircraft, and they're a lot of them are pretty affordable.
Oh, absolutely. Well, they used to be until about 6 months ago.
Yeah, what happened? I don't know. Did you get on the market? What's going on?
All I'll say is I've been shopping for a 185 for like 9 months, 12 months. And
it's just getting worse.
I could buy half a Pilatus for a 185 now.
Well, see, there you go. You know, that's what we need is a Pilatus class.
I feel like if we can get a Pilatus class, I think that would change the game. Just PC-12s and 24s out here.
That would be great. That would be so awesome. All you Pilatus owners out there, I know you're listening. All right, here goes Andrew Patry. Oh, good pull. Good pull.
I love watching how sometimes they get a little extra aggressive and you immediately see them give it right back. They're like, oh, no, we're not going to keep flying.
Yeah, sometimes they take that bite too early.
That's right.
And I've done it. We've all done it. And you go to pull up and the plane goes, nope, we're not doing it. We're not doing it.
Start to feel the wings start to give it away. Just a little bit.
You got to let the nose back down, get a little more airspeed in.
That's right.
It's a little frustrating.
On the roll and pulling early off at the 120-ish, 125.
There he goes. He had a little bounce there. He had a little bounce. He had one pull, and then he came back down. They're going to count the second bounce. It's where your wheels leave the ground for the first time. Here comes
even
Warren.
More aggressive. Off of the 125.
That's 125. He's not going to catch Andrew like that.
And I'll say this right now. He's going to be frustrated because I can tell you there actually was a bit of a wind lull right there. It's a little quieter right now.
And here comes Don.
Going for a different approach once again. We're seeing such different styles of flying. Same airplane, two radically different pilots.
That's right. And on the wind gusts, all you can say is, look, if a pilot gets a gust and you don't get a gust, look, man, if the good Lord's on his side, he's going to win, man. Right. He's going to win every time. But you never know. It is completely random. There's no telling who's going to get the gust or who's not going to get the gust.
I need to bring this up. Right now, Andrew and Warren are separated by 4 feet. 172 for Andrew, 176 for Warren. This is a battle between two men of which is better, tailwheel or tricycle. And I got to say, I'm rooting for my man Warren. But Andrew.
Well, you root for Warren. I'm going to root for Andrew because I'm a nose wheel guy.
I know. Ooh, he's going long.
He's long.
Very long.
That's okay. That's all right.
I think still in the lead by 4 feet.
He's still in the lead by 4 feet.
He's going to be frustrated
by that. So when Warren comes along, we're all going to be sitting here with bated breath.
Oh, this is actually something that this came from the voice from above that everyone can't hear, but we get to hear voices in our head that others don't get to. And that's
Brandon's going around.
Part of this is they want to stop. They want to fully stop every time. That's why you're seeing them not just stop and then hustle out of the way. They're fully stopping because they want that most consistent medal.
So Most Consistent just doesn't get a medal this year. Most Consistent also has a prize by one of our sponsors. L'Auberge du Lac Casino has donated a weekend getaway at their very bougie resort down there. It's bougie in Lake. No, it's really very nice. It's down in Lake Charles. I went there the other day to pick up the package. It's a $1,400 weekend getaway package for the most consistent pilot.
Well, I feel like if I could be the most consistent announcer, could I get a little run in there?
But think about this. Think about this, though. If you're in a 182 and you're the most consistent, no matter where you are in the nation, you can travel to Lake Charles anytime you want.
That's right.
Anytime.
And you can bring
this is a traveling aircraft.
It
you
is
can
indeed.
Pack your family, pack the wife, bags, whatever. You're ready to go.
And that is the beauty of it. We've got Warren on his final approach for his final round.
Okay, did you see him take a little dip just there?
Definitely saw that sink.
He took a little bit of dip. He had a little bit of sink just now.
Using power now, keeping himself alive.
And he's about to pull it.
A little bit long for Warren as well, but much more consistent.
Brakes and less than 100 feet. Just 100 feet or less. So let's have a look at our score here. That's really gonna, because I think the takeoff number 3 is already in for Warren at 113 feet on the takeoff. 223, I don't know.
211 total, run 3. So 176 was his best round. He did 211 in round 3, which is a bummer. But that's all right. 176 still quite an impressive showing.
Very nice.
Andrew's going to be very happy. All you nose wheel pilots can unite.
Absolutely. Andrew bringing it in for the nose wheel guys. And here comes Don. Looking real good. About to get that nose up. Chop that power. Perfect three-point landing.
Perfect three-point landing. Again, we're seeing a little bit more
Textbook.
desire to just make sure he makes it past the line, which I can appreciate. He was talking a lot about some of the techniques he's using. He's kind of stealing techniques from the more radical, lighter aircraft. Instead of big bursts of power, he's kind of feeding it in and out, little pop, pop, pop.
It's interesting you should mention that. I had to get my carburetor rebuilt last year. The man who did it, Mr. Theo from Dispatch Aviation, is here today because I needed better throttle response. The throttle response wasn't there.
Right.
And so I had the whole carburetor taken off and sent off because it has that pump inside of it. You've got to be able to put little bursts of power in if you're going to do any kind of STOL flying, because you got to have a responsive throttle.
100%.
And so that's what these guys, you'll see them, and they'll put those little pop of power. You got to watch that at Lakeland, though. You give it a little pop of power, and next thing you know, you're 20 yards past the line.
Easily. Sometimes further.
You don't have a chainsaw. I'll cut those trees down.
Oh, I've been asking for them to cut those trees down for years. I'm not scared. Final round here. Brandon Korn.
Here he comes, Brandon. A little high, a little long.
But that's all right. He got it on the ground. Had to go around last time until the runway was clear. But he is full stop right around the 220-foot mark.
All right.
And it looks like we're going to be bringing in our next class, which is quite exciting. I got to find out if my co-star here is going to be flying in this class. He's supposed to be. Matt, you going to be flying in the light touring today, or are you going to join me for the mic?
I'm just going to stay on the mic for now.
Right.
I have done a lot of flying here, and these things are so much fun. They're so much fun to put together, and I'm just enjoying hanging out with you.
All right, we want to talk a little bit about the final scores, the most important scores, which are putting Andrew in first place at 172 feet combined. Warren Robillard at 176, Don Mickey 242 in that beautiful 180, Brandon Korn in the 205 at 270 feet. I've got a lot of experience in the 205, jumping out of them, all kinds of other kind of shenanigans. You can put a lot of stuff in a 205. But before we jump onto our light touring class, I want to give time for a quick commercial break to thank our sponsors.
Absolutely.
Thank you all for watching. We'll be back in a few.
I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the light touring class.
Light touring class. Now, these are certificated aircraft. All right, they're not as heavy as the 182s. They do have some modifications. Like, for example, Joanna's got a Horton STOL kit.
And a Lycoming 0320 in that 150. It's a 150, right. 150. This is a true performer. And I want to point out some awesome stuff here. We love seeing more lady pilots, right?
Absolutely.
Especially in competition like this. So Joanna's our only female pilot. So if you're at home or you're standing out here in the crowd and you're a lady pilot, I don't care what airplane you're flying. Come out here and join us. It's fun, and it represents the beauty of aviation for every gender. So I think it's a great thing.
Exactly. And I'm really looking forward. I've never seen Joanna compete. She is in a very light airplane with a very powerful motor and a Horton STOL kit on it. And from what I've heard from Outlaw, she can fly.
She can fly indeed. Behind her, we have Jeff Pohl. Now, Jeff has a very small challenger behind him. And I'm very excited to see Micah and Jeff go head-to-head in these very similar airplanes, except that Jeff's has a nice interior, and Micah has nothing.
Yes, he has stripped that thing out, took everything out, got it as light as he could. So, they were going head-to-head at Outlaw just a little while ago, and Jeff took him.
But not by much. I think it was 6-10 feet, yeah?
Yeah, and so Micah's looking for payback. He's trying to get in here and get some.
And he keeps tweaking, keeps pushing. I will say, for a young man of 22 years of age who's pushing his airplane the way he is, it's absolutely a joy to watch. It's really, really unique. And not just that, but he actually looks up to Jeff, and they're able to share ideas together. And while there's certainly a lot of healthy competition, two young men, are trying to fight it out, they're also, hey, if you pull that exhaust and go to this exhaust, if you do this, you do that. There's always, and that's what makes aviation drive forward, that innovation and sharing. I love that. All right, we're getting ready to release them. Let's go through the rest of the lineup. We do have Ken Monger in that 1957 straight tail 172, the blue and white one, followed by Richard Broussard. Now, Richard finds something a little bit different. It's also a Cessna, but that's it's listed here as a 305, but it's a bird dog.
It's a bird dog.
Yeah.
It's a bird dog. Everybody knows what a bird dog is.
And that's all the information we have on it. So I don't know what engine he has. I don't know what prop he has.
You know what? It's a bird dog. Everybody knows what it is. It's a bird dog.
That's right.
Everybody looks at it, they know what it is. Now, of course, we got Joanna.
Wayne Thompson taking up the rear. Our last but not least, he's flying that beautiful, I believe it's a slant tail. He went a slant tail 172.
That's right. Now, he's a late entry.
He is.
He's a late entry. We don't have a private profile on him, so we don't know as much. And here comes Joanna to the line, our only female pilot currently competing in the Husky National STOL Series.
That thing sounds good for a 150. Love the paint job,
too. All right, there she goes.
On the roll. Flaps are in.
On flaps, and she's getting ready to pull.
Rotating at 175
range, but you know what? She had a lot of energy. She came way up off the ground. She could actually pull a little bit earlier.
Well, I bet she could get that off at 140, 145.
Because I'm pretty sure she could float along in ground effect for a little while.
For sure.
I think she could pull that off.
For sure. Jeff, line it up. Wait for that tail to come up.
The slacker from Malacca, Jeff Pohl with the Dirty Bird, ladies and gentlemen.
Dirty Bird nose to the ground, off the ground at 80 feet.
My man, Jeff Pohl, look at that. The Dirty Bird. And here comes Micah chasing after Jeff. Now remember, folks, between Micah and Jeff, this is a real shootout.
It's not only a shootout, but it's young versus the old. This is the new generation, 22-year-old Michael Lindstrom coming all the way from Minnesota.
And here he comes, tail way high.
Super aggressive.
Way high, super aggressive.
And off the ground.
I think he took it.
He did.
I think he beat him.
No more than probably 5 feet.
76 feet is what I'm calling. We'll see, because the scorers are going to call this in, and it'll pop up on our screens here in just a minute.
Absolutely fantastic.
Here, hold on.
Kenneth Monger in that 57 172.
Also known as the sleeper.
Now, I had a 56 172, and I'll tell you, mine never took off like this.
Now, Kenny, as you can see, he's got the STOL kits on there. There he's pulling.
115 feet.
Yeah, 115 feet, but look how high he is. He could pull a whole lot earlier than that. If I was coaching him right now on the radio, I'd say that you got at least 20 feet that you could pull earlier.
Now, Ken came all the way down from Arkansas, but we have... Right. Was that?
He came from Arkansas, and there's a lot of folks from the Arkansas STOL community up there who flew down in a great big group the other day.
I've heard that's a fun event. I'm going to have to try to make that one.
I'm going to make it this year. Here comes our bird dog.
We've been looking forward to seeing a bird dog in this series for quite some time. I believe this is the very first one. We know he's got all that power, a lot less weight.
We had one at Lakeland.
Did they?
We did during the Classic.
Well, when I was
You were
talking to some
there.
people
You were
about it, no, it was an L2. We had an L2.
Was it an L2?
Tailorcraft, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Come on,
whatever.
don't doubt me. Actually, you really should doubt me.
Okay, always.
Straight tail
Okay.
172, our final contestant.
That's right. That's our late entry, Mr. Wayne Thompson.
Wayne Thompson.
Number 24, Mr. Wayne Thompson.
Nose off the ground. We saw
Goes
some
off the ground.
oil
Come
smoke
on, get it
there.
up, Wayne. There he goes.
You know what? You have to realize, even if you're not competitive with the lightest guys, the most powerful guys in your class, it's still fun because you're competing against yourself. You've got
Yes.
3 chances
Yes.
to improve, to show consistency, and to have fun.
And to have a lot of fun. And I have, my own personal record is 450 feet. I'm not
450.
450. I'm long, but I'm here.
Yeah, you're
And I'm
doing
here,
it.
and I'm doing it. I'm having a
Exactly.
great time, and most importantly, you're learning. You're around all these other pilots, and you're learning and just learning your aircraft, and you become a safer and better pilot, especially in classic traditional STOL competitions like this.
And we're going to talk a bit more about that once we get to another class that's about to come up, because I got to fly in a Super Cub last night and had some very interesting experiences. But Joanna's on short approach now, chopping the power, bringing it down very early.
There she
Nice
goes.
control.
Very good.
Heavy on the brake. She's sliding him in.
Very good. In the 160 range with Joanna Justice, that's outstanding. And look, see, that's a good. She knows it. Once she got her mark, she hit the gas. She got right off the field.
She listened during the pilot briefing. I don't think anybody else did.
During the pilot. She's one of the only ones who listened during the pilot briefing. There you go.
We got Dirty Bird Jeff Pohl coming back in. First landing.
Here he comes.
Got the barn doors out. He's opting for a little higher approach.
That's right.
Watches the transitions. Gets the tail lower. It starts working the power.
And look, he's getting that nose up. Get that power. Get that nose up.
Ooh,
That's good safe.
it's a
That's
good
a good safe. Good safe landing. Less than 75 feet.
Fantastic.
Outstanding with Jeff.
Outstanding.
Good one. That's a good one, Jeff.
He
That's a good
really
one.
did have that last minute save. I thought he was going to be high, and he hit that sink at just the wrong moment. Popped it with the power. Got over the line. That's what we want to see.
pilotage.
True pilotage.
That's pilotage. I mean, we joke a bit, we pick on Jeff a lot and all the rest of it, but he is a heck of a pilot. He really is. I mean,
If
the
you're
man,
not picking on your pilot buddies, what are you doing?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
All right,
exactly
the contender, young gun, Micah.
So Micah knows what he's got to do now. Micah knows what he's got to do. He's coming in. He's a little bit low.
He is a little low, but this is
you
Micah's
know-
style. Micah likes to get the airplane in position, framed up, get that sight picture. You can't see a whole lot over the nose of a 170 where you got the tail low, but he likes to know exactly where he's at. You'll see him walking the airplane in.
Look at him float. Look at this float.
This morning,
this is
in zero
incredible.
wind.
He's
in
doing
zero wind
great.
this morning, he said that his 4-flight log said he was doing 32 knots on his average approach.
Look at that. Look at. Hold on. Up.
Oh, by 4 feet.
76. What do you think? 4 feet, maybe?
I think 3 to 4 feet.
3 or
difference.
4 feet between Micah and Jeff.
And I think Micah took the takeoff.
And look, you know they're both up from the Minnesota area, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they know each other. They see each
they
other
know
in
each other
fly-ins
well.
all the time. And for them to be this close, this is great.
This is going to be
This
a
is
battle,
great.
guys. First round, we'll have the results back here shortly. But we do have another on approach. This is that straight tail 172, flown by not Matthew Peterson, but Kenneth Monger, because Matthew Peterson.
Yes, now it's the same airplane though. Ken has the same airplane as mine, but he's got some modifications of his. He's got that stall kit on there.
He's got some cool graphics.
He has also been to C.C. Pocock School out in Nevada, and so he's very learned.
Look at that
Look at that. Yes.
That deck angle was insane.
Nice, Kenny.
Heavy on the brakes.
Nice.
125.
125. That's a very respectable landing for Kenny.
What are you looking for from yourself? If you're setting up for a landing, what are you looking for?
You like to come in at a high angle of attack, all right, so that your sink rate is just before the line. So you're looking at the line, and what you want to do is aim about 10, 20 meters ahead of that line, because what you're going to do is right when you get there, you're pulling that yoke all the way back into your gut. You're giving it a little pop of gas, and here comes our bird dog.
Bird dog, very low approach, and it's a scratch, but it was an interesting approach. I mean, for his first time competing here in this airplane.
That's right.
It's respectable.
It's great. And look, I just love the paint job on that thing, obviously.
I just want one.
Yeah, the Colonel loves that, you know.
Colonel's
the
you need
Colonel
one.
gotta love
you
that.
need one.
Wait, my wife's here. Man, my wife is here.
Last but not least, Wayne Thompson in that slant tail 172. I wish I knew what year it was. I wish I had more information for you, but I will say this. Look at the approach path. Look at the difference. Right. This beginner's approach path is taking a totally different line than we've seen so far.
And he's coming in a little bit low. He's got a little bit more speed.
He does have
some speed. But listen, this is his first one.
Oh, it's good.
But it's good. It's a good landing. He's got it just a few feet past the line. At some fly-ins, I know you've been to a lot of fly-ins.
One or two here or there.
One or two here and there. You know, they have a spot landing contest.
Yeah.
And so they paint a line out on the runway, and they say, okay, whoever can land the closest to this. And so a lot of the same skills that get developed by contests like that at a regular fly-in, well, they're working them here.
Right, and my thought process with that is that, yes, it helps, because any kind of pilotage helps direct you towards something. But now you have to change it and say, not only do I have to touch the line, I have to stop.
That's right. I got to get past it, dump the flaps, and stop.
I just got word from God, from the man above, the man we can't see. It's a 1976 M model 172 that Wayne Thompson's flying. So now we have a little more information for those of you guys at home that go, oh, looks like mine. Well, they all kind of look the same, but now you know if it's close to yours or not.
Isn't it the most common aircraft ever built?
Pretty sure
172.
If you're according to CNN and Fox, I think every airplane's a 172 made by Boeing, right?
That's right. That's right. When you see the jet fly overside, oh, look, it's a 172. And here's my buddy Kenny Monger from Bentonville, Arkansas. You know,
he's
Kenny makes airplanes.
Does he really?
He does. He works in the Game Bird factory there in Bentonville, Arkansas. They make a beautiful, beautiful aerobatic airplane
that is an amazing
out of 100% carbon fiber. It's unbelievable.
Absolutely amazing. The roll rate on a Game Bird makes me dizzy just watching.
Yes, they're insane. Absolutely. They're insane. The factory is really neat, too.
Joanna Justice.
Here comes Joanna Justice, taking off in that 150.
Let's see if she gets a little more aggressive
this time. It's all about to rotate there.
She is a little more aggressive.
Oh, she got it.
I think it's a similar score.
Okay.
Similar score, but a lot earlier rotation that time.
That's right. So it's funny about rotation. When do you rotate? How do you know? And it's all feel.
100%.
It's all just feel. You're just, when am I going to rotate? And here comes Jeff Pohl in the Dirty Bird.
Getting that nose
down. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, get out of here.
70 feet, 68 feet?
No, less than 70. I guarantee you that's less than 70-foot takeoff.
We do have our very first numbers in, my friends. Micah Lindstrom with 150 leading it out, beating Jeff by 8 feet.
Here comes Micah.
Micah, once again,
got that tail way up.
Aggressive.
Way
Nose
up.
is down.
Come on. He did it. He did it.
He is off.
Micah's in the lead.
62
Definitely
feet?
Now. 62 feet maybe.
Unbelievable.
62 feet. Oh,
this
what
is
are the experimentals going to do today?
Bone stock 170.
What are the experimentals going to do today?
I think we're going to see 25-foot takeoffs.
It's going to be insane.
We're going to see 25 feet or less.
We may set a record today. This is insane.
If any of these guys
here comes my guy Kenny Monger. Kenny's probably going to rotate a little early. Yes, he did. Less than 100 feet. Less than 100 feet.
That right wing dropped pretty hard on him, though, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. He got control of it. And here comes Warren taxiing back. And here comes our bird dog, ladies and gentlemen.
That bird dog flown by Richard Broussard. Number 72.
Number 72.
Tails off the ground.
Bring it on, Richard.
Ooh,
excellent.
Flying it off
very
at
good.
150.
About 150, 160 feet. Outstanding. And here's Mr. Wayne Thompson, number 24 in his 1976 M model. You'll see these in flight schools, ladies and gentlemen. You'll, one of the most common aircraft ever made.
In fact, it's so uncommon to find one that hasn't been in a flight school. You find an airplane like that with 22,000 hours on it still flying every day.
All the time.
Yes, indeed.
All the time. Mine is 63 years old, and I fly it around all the time. I have flown 195 different people in my aircraft. Did you know that?
195.
195. I'm shooting for 200 before the end of the year. I'm pretty sure I'll get it
before the end of the weekend.
Yeah, towards the end of the month. There's all kinds of great programs out there like Young Eagles, and if you're a pilot and you're not involved in EAA and Young Eagles, I can't suggest it enough, folks. It's just a great program to get young people involved in aviation.
And as we're growing older ourselves, have that opportunity to give back is something so important.
Absolutely. It's so great. And as we got the long approach, this is a great time to talk about some of our local sponsors here. The Hampton Inn here in Jennings, Louisiana.
I'm staying at the Hampton Inn.
Carla and her bunch there did such a great job taking care of everybody here, making sure everybody has a place to stay. They had a good time at DI's last night with some live Cajun music.
Wonderful time.
And a little bit of food.
Also want to thank Sporty's Pilot Shop. They're in their 61st year, and they are the world's largest pilot shop, a leader in the development of pilot training content. On approach.
Joanna Justice.
Justice or Justice?
Justice. Justice. I
Justice.
just pronounced that. And also really good with a one wheel, but we'll talk about that later.
She's got that 150, 150.
150, 150, and
Little
she's
more
got a
aggressive
good
this
approach.
time.
Yep. And look at there, that plane was out of juice when she landed.
She was indeed.
She did a great job there at about 150, 155 feet.
Her last landing was 180, so a pretty marked improvement.
That's right. And that's what you're going to see. Constant improvement. Constant improvement as the pilots are out here. The more they fly, the better they get. And then, so I've been to 5 of these events. My scores come down every time.
All right, Dirty Bird.
Here comes,
From the
ladies and
left.
gentlemen, the slacker from Malacca, Mr. Jeff Pohl in the Dirty Bird. He's starting to increase his angle of attack. And
It's a good landing.
there we go.
Can he get it
Very good
stopped in
landing. Can he
time?
stop it before 75? Yes, he can.
Right
75.
75 feet puts him
Outstanding.
in contention for sure. His last landing was actually 70 feet,
That's right.
and Micah's was 79. So we're going to see a very interesting balance here. If Micah's able to retain that first place slot, it's only going to be due to he's got to slow it down a little faster.
You know, what do they say in golf? You drive for show and putt for dough.
Right.
And when you start talking about STOL flying, the takeoffs are great.
Right.
You know, and they're fun to watch, and especially when you talk about those high horsepower aircraft, like what Steve Henry's flying and all these other kind of awesome aircraft that have a lot of horsepower. Yeah, it's great that you can take off, but it's the landings.
The landing makes or breaks the pilot. And here
That's
comes
it.
Micah right now, the young phenom from Minnesota. Once again, we're seeing a slower.
Floating. He's just floating.
Ooh, is it good? It's
Oh,
good.
He's good. He's good. He's going to stop for 75. No.
77 feet.
77 feet.
Maybe 78. I was out
We'll
there
wait till it comes in and they tell us.
I
But
was out there putting the paint on the runway yesterday, and those 5-foot markers look so close together.
yeah,
It's surprising how small 5 feet is.
it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing.
Waiting for
And
the
here
scores to
comes
come back.
and here comes Kenny Monger.
A beautiful straight tail 172. Once again, we're seeing a different approach.
Giving it a little pop here and a little pop here. You see, he's working that rudder, bringing it in. Now he's about to increase that angle of attack. Oh, he got a gust. He got a gust. Did you see that? Oh,
Heavy
he got
gust.
messed up.
The tent above our head's getting blown apart right now.
Uh-oh. He got messed up. Hey, guys, can we get a little help with this?
We know there's a gust because the
We'll get a
tent's
little
flying
help.
away.
Thank you. A little help, please.
Little help. Thank you, gentlemen.
And here comes our bird dog.
Richard Broussard in
That's
the bird
right.
dog. Low approach.
Okay, I believe it's Broussard.
Broussard.
Broussard. There he goes.
A little bit of a gust there as well.
And see, the gust got him. Now, when we start talking about these lighter aircraft, these American Legend Cubs, these Huskies, when they come in there, they're going to be very affected by these gusts.
Much more so than we see in these much heavier
Yes.
airplanes.
Now that we're out of the heavies and we got one more round with the light Tourings, you're going to see these really light aircraft are going to be really, really severely affected by these gusts. Sometime for the good.
And for the takeoffs today, that we're going to see Steve Henry with 300 horsepower attached to basically a model airplane.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
we're going to see some shenanigans.
Yeah, shenanigans is a good way of putting it. We are definitely going to see some shenanigans today.
Wayne Thompson dragging it in. That beautiful
Look at that.
M172. Oh, he's got her. Very nice.
There you go. He caught a little bit of a crosswind, it almost looked like.
Bit, yeah.
But the wind still looks, I can see by the flags, the wind is still coming due north right down that runway, which we could not ask for any better.
We'll take a look here, see if we have anything new on the leaderboard. We're missing one score. We'll get back to you guys on what is happening with these scores now that we're through with round 2. Round 3 coming up in just a moment of these light touring class.
And you know, I would be remiss if we did not give a big shout out to the great folks at the Jeff Davis Parish Tourism Commission who have set all of this up. They brought the stage in. They're helping to sponsor the meal that we're going to eat tonight. Jeff Davis Parish Tourism has just really been an integral partner into making Swamp STOL happen.
And I think one of the most powerful things that aviation can do is creating these events where hundreds of people from all over the country come together to impact a small business. You know, we went to Waffle House Thursday night.
Sure.
You know how happy they were to see us at midnight on Thursday night? It was
and there's
fantastic.
probably a whole bunch of you.
There were a bunch of us. Oh, man.
Here goes Joanna Justice. Look at there. She pulled up, keep it up. There she goes.
Respectable.
And here comes Jeff Pohl setting up on the line for his third and final run, fighting off the attack from Micah.
And it was an attack indeed. We'll see what those scores are from our second round. We're still not seeing Micah's.
All right, here comes Jeff with the Dirty Bird. Tail up, nose down, and with a rotation just after 75 feet.
That prop's not far from the ground there, I tell you what.
No. So Jeff has already had a 63-foot takeoff. And I don't know if Micah can catch it. Here he comes. Whoa! Rotation at about 65 feet.
This is going to be a tough-fought round. We do have scores coming in now. Micah Lindstrom looks like trying to find the right one, get the right exact
Here comes
information
Mr. Kenny Monger from Bentonville. Whoa! Before 75 feet. Kenny Monger from Bentonville, Arkansas. He is out there flying the Ozarks all the time in his 172. Not necessarily designed as a backcountry aircraft, but it gets used as a backcountry aircraft.
And that bird dog on the roll.
Here comes the bird dog. He's got his tail up. Good rotation.
Much better. We've got some more wind now. I think these guys are going to start getting better numbers.
You know, if Joe Dory was here, he would really be loving this. Probably one of my favorite pilots to watch. Joe Dory, who he is just a great pilot. He would be loving these gusts.
I am looking right now, as best I can understand the information, it looks like we are tied at 139 and 139 from Micah and Dirty Bird. Tied up at 139 total score for both pilots.
Boss, you saying we got a tie?
We got a tie.
Okay, so what are we going to do? Are we going to have a sudden death? I mean, is that how this works?
I'm all for it.
We're going to have sudden death. One more round for the two of them, I say. But we're going to let the air boss and the show producer make that decision.
Takeoff number 3 for Dirty Bird, 63 feet. Takeoff number 3 for Micah, 59 feet. That's a 4-foot separation. Their landing right now is going to make all the difference. Absolutely sensational flying from all of these pilots.
This is outstanding. This is almost not even heard of. This is really, really incredible, ladies and gentlemen.
Joanna.
The fact that here comes Joanna Justice.
We just got confirmation that if there is a tie, it will be a sudden death elimination. 4th round will take it. I'm hoping for a tie. Does that mean? I'm hoping for a tie.
I'm not going to fly today.
Really respectable landing there for Joanna. Miss Justice. We've got Jeff Pohl on approach.
Here he comes.
This will be the difference. 4 feet is the difference right now.
He's got to kill it now. Win now or go into sudden death.
Hey, sudden death could be entertaining.
This is exciting. This is exciting. These guys, I mean, this is a battle royale. This is outstanding.
This is what the Husky National STOL Series is all about. Pilots pushing themselves and their airplanes into situations to keep themselves as safer pilots in real life. Now watch him come in. Off the power early. He is good. It's long.
This is a longer one for him. This is not going to be the one that keeps him out of going into overtime.
I tell you what, though, if it is...
So what he's got to hope is that Micah screws this up.
He's got to be praying at this point. Do you think
this is it.
Do you think he knows? Do you think someone's in his ear whispering?
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. They're the pilot. They don't hear anything. All they're talking to is the air boss. Their complete concentration is on flying safely and making the best landing they can make. Jeff Pohl's going to visit this tent when he comes up here. I guarantee it. We're going to get to talk to him about it a little bit.
We're about 10 seconds out from finding out exactly what's going to happen with this. Micah on that approach, taking a different angle this time. He's bringing it in
a little higher.
He is higher.
Does he have learned from his mentor?
You never know.
Has he learned? Is he? Look at him float. He is just floating in.
There's the rest of the flaps.
Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.
Oh, it's good.
Uh-oh.
It's
he
good.
He got it over. It's good. It's 74 feet.
Fantastic.
Okay. That's
Fantastic.
pilotage.
That is true pilotage.
That is true pilotage.
With that score and the 59 that he got, I think he just took the win.
I think he took the win. I think he may have won. And once again, the wind is blowing out here. It's gusting a little bit. He's got to be able to relax.
Exactly.
And react.
Yep.
He's got to have those not relax. He's got to have the reflexes.
Well, there is a part of relaxation, though. When you get in the zen, I consider it a zen moment. When you're in that final few seconds of flying your airplane to the ground, if you're not completely checked in,
that's right.
There's nothing else going through your head. You're not thinking about what your wife's making for dinner. You're not thinking about anything. What you're making for your wife for dinner.
That's right.
None of that goes there. You're
Kenny's
just thinking about the airplane.
We should talk about rugged radios.
You know what? We really should talk about rugged radios some because they are our partner.
Kenny had to make an S-turn, ladies and gentlemen, out there. We had a little bit of traffic coming in. We've got the bird dog coming, and they had to make a 180 to come around. Always safety first. Safety first always. We've got our bird dog pilot coming in right now. He's coming in kind of low, and he's going to be adding power to get it across the line. Here he comes. Here he comes. And that's good. That's
Very
good.
nice.
That's an outstanding textbook 3-point landing.
I've seen a lot of really good consistency from him. That's always nice to see. But you wanted to talk about rugged radios, then you started to talk about bird dogs.
Absolutely. But look, Kenny's on long final. Let's talk about rugged radios.
We got time right now. They are the official communications partner of the Husky National STOL Series. They specialize in all sorts of aviation communications, whether it's for students, flight instructors, charter services, and general aviation pilots. Their aviation headsets offer comfort, noise canceling, performance, and all of that at an affordable price. Choose from passive noise reduction or active noise canceling. Headset options with uncompromised comfort. That's a lot of words.
I am such a fan of noise canceling.
I couldn't live without it.
It's the most wonderful thing ever.
So I flew my RV6 here, and it's a very light RV6. I think I'm around just over 1,006 pounds. It's the loudest daggum thing in there you can imagine. Without headphones,
you push the button?
Oh, it reminds me of why we've spent the money on them every single time.
Yes.
But on short final now, our final contender in that
Broussard.
beautiful 172.
The gust almost got him. The gust almost got him. Scratch. He didn't make it.
Disappointing.
The gust got him. The gust got him. And it's okay to blame the gust because that's what got him.
That's right. Well, up next, my friends, we have our Bush series. These pilots are getting ready. Do we still have... Oh, your friend still hasn't landed, has he?
No, Kenny's still coming in.
Man, I thought
he's
we were
still
done.
coming in.
Well,
no. Kenny had to make an S-turn for some traffic that was coming into the airport.
That's right. We'll give Kenny his due and look forward to seeing what he's able to do because he's been remarkably consistent today.
So you see we have a Zenith taking off right here on 3-1, heading out underneath Kenny. So he had to go out and make a safety turn and make sure we maintain separation out here. Very important to be safe. Kenny Monger is an Air Force veteran and a former Air Force firefighter. You wouldn't have known it last night when he was lighting the campfire with my propane torch,
It was actually pretty entertaining.
He loved that. He really did. He liked it.
Most firefighters, I think there's something in a lot of firefighters. They like fire.
Well, he likes making fire.
Exactly.
I don't have to. I'm not putting this one out. We're going to make some fire tonight.
Dragging it in now. Keeping it behind the power
nice
curve.
Nose high attitude.
Really well thought out. Let it
drop in. He was completely out of power.
Absolutely.
Completely out of energy when that aircraft hit the ground. That was very
93
good.
feet. And we do have a final score from our third round. Micah taking the trophy with 129 feet combined.
That's incredible.
That's a fantastic score.
That's
of course,
incredible.
Jeff right behind him at 139, followed by a score of 214 for our friend from Bella Vista, Arkansas.
We can get that back.
I'm about to say I can't slide yours over. I'm used to my 2 fingers on the Macs. These PC things are weird.
Oh, it's just weird for you, huh?
But as we're going through these scores, we do have Ken Monger at 214. We'll see if it improves here in the third round. Joanna at 334. Richard 386. And Wayne Thompson at 558. A huge thank you to all these pilots for coming out and making this possible. Before we jump into the Bush Series, I want to allow another word from our sponsors.
Outstanding.
And I just want to say you're doing a good job. It's like you've done this before.
A little bit.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Stick with us. We'll be right back with the Bush class.
Excellent.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
When it's time to recover and paint your fabric-covered aircraft, look no further than AirTech Coatings. Since 1982, our FAA-approved system provides you with a shiny, durable, easy-to-apply product. The AirTech system has fewer steps than any other product on the market today, saving you both time and money. While using cutting-edge technology, we offer a wide range of products. Whether it's for work, play, antique, or aerobatic, we have you covered. Remember, we make paint fly.
National STOL.
That's right.
I have to say, is that an Air Force approved mustache?
Absolutely not. I'm not Colonel Matt Peterson. I'm Levi Peterson, my alter ego.
Levi Peterson.
Levi Peterson with you right here at the Husky National STOL Series event, SWAMP STOL DEUX in Jennings, Louisiana. It's wonderful.
Wonderful weather.
Glad to have you all here.
It's just absolutely fantastic. And I do want to take a few minutes here. We've got about a minute and a half left before our Bush series. Has some fun. My mic's not on. I'm sitting here talking and people can't hear me. Goodness, thank you so much for the warning. God from above didn't tell me. That's all right. Now our mics are on.
Voice, the mystery voice.
We are
in
back.
Your ear. Hello. How's everybody
Happy
doing?
to be back. We want to talk about our sponsors. The Bush class is lined up. They're getting ready about 1 minute away. But AirTech Coatings. Tell me about AirTech. Why are they a sponsor?
Well, did you see Robbie Stanton's plane that he flew in?
I did.
It's gorgeous.
Absolutely
right?
stunning.
Well, let's talk about AirTech Coatings.
Since 1981.
That's right. So they use a polyurethane technology. All right. AirTech Coatings offers the aircraft owner the advantages of inherent toughness and flexibility, fire resistance, chemical resistance, and the polyurethane wet look. Now, we got to start talking about the wet look of Robbie's aircraft.
It is absolutely the most depth I've ever seen.
It's gorgeous.
On an airplane of that stature. And actually, I just got AirTech for my Kid Fox.
You feel like you could just fall into it.
100%.
You know,
looks
it's
like
just
a boat,
gorgeous.
like a bass boat.
Like a bass boat.
Yep.
That's right. It's like it has layers.
Yep.
It's got like an onion. It's got layers.
Like an onion.
Yeah, no. But AirTech
like your
Coatings,
personality, right?
That's right.
I love
right.
it. I love it. And a big thanks to Ladd Gardner Insurance as well. They are one of the leaders for aviation insurance, and they're a extensive team of professional aviators who will give you the attention you deserve building a relationship. And we're going to go ahead and jump in, cover the lineup right now because we've got quite the lineup for this next session. Colin Kasibinski in the 1983 PA-18-150 leads the pack. I actually got to fly with him yesterday, and I want to talk more about that when he starts flying. But I had a blast. You know, I really had a great time because he uses that airplane like I use my paramotor. There's no hesitation. Oh, there's a field. I'm at the airport. I'll land in that part of the field. Complete confidence, complete understanding of what's happening with the airplane at all times. And he's young. He's only 19 years old. So glad to have Colin here all the way from Virginia. Then we have Tom Ford, also in a Piper PA-18.
That's right.
And I don't know anything about Tom. Tell me more about Tom.
So I'm not really. Do you think he's kind of new to the series here in this Super Cub?
All I know is he didn't give us a pilot biography to read off of.
Well,
so
the
we have
only
to make
thing
it
that
up.
kills me is he's coming from New Hampshire.
That's quite the roll.
Loud, New Hampshire, in his Super Cub. That's a trip.
My understanding is he's actually been working in the area, so it wasn't too far of a trip for him.
Oh, good.
But he knew he had to come here. He was excited to be here.
Well, that's outstanding. We're glad to have him. I don't have any past scores on him.
All right, well, let's jump on into our next one, which is one of the class favorites, you have to admit. Right. Austin Clemens,
never heard of him.
19 years old. You never heard of him?
Never heard of him.
You know, we walked in, and the servers at the restaurant last night knew who he was. Colin on the roll.
Here goes Colin on the roll, banging that tail wheel on the ground.
70 feet or so?
Yep. I'm going to have to stand up. I can't see.
Can't see the line from here. All right. Up next, his father, Jerry Clemens, will be joining the lineup. And then Sean Francis and John Young and Steve Pearce. We've got 4 Aviat Huskies back to back to back, followed by a PA-18 from Piper in 1982. On the roll now, Tom Ford.
Tom before 75 feet.
We're seeing some consistent numbers between these PA-18s. Austin Clemens had 2,000 hours just before his 19th birthday.
He's taking off. This is the Husky, and as everybody knows, he's got a Delta prop.
He's got the Delta prop. We call him the Beta Boy.
Tail high.
Beta Boy Austin off the ground. A little bit longer than those PA-18s, but he's got a lot to show.
This is his first one. You'll notice when he popped, he had lots of energy.
So much energy
Here
left
comes
over.
Sean. Is this Sean Francis?
This is actually Jerry Clemens, Austin's dad, in his brand new airplane.
Nice. His
Apologies, uncle. Why do I always say
Dwayne
father?
Dwayne is Austin's dad.
One of these days, I'll get all these relationships right.
That's right.
I just remember their names. I feel proud, you know?
Yes. And so, awesome. That's Jerry Clemens taking off. And then, because you know what? He didn't go online. He didn't fill out his pilot profile.
These pilots want us to talk about them.
Should have done it.
It looks like we're missing a few of the Bush series, but that's all right because we have Colin. Two waves.
We have so many aircraft.
Fantastic.
In the Bush series. We had to split it up into 2 heats.
Great problem to have, and he's a good landing,
Colin.
and it's short. Very short. He is hugging the left side of that runway, though, isn't he?
He is, and the line judges are going to have something to say about that. Hey, man, scoot over to the right a little bit.
100-foot runway. There's plenty of room.
Give us a little bit of room.
Tom Ford now high and to the left.
High and to the left.
The highest approach we've seen yet. This guy must have flown ultralights in a previous life, like me.
That's right. So, real quick, while Tom is on high final coming in, so Austin has a Delta prop.
Yes.
His prop, ladies and gentlemen, for all you folks at home, that means he can basically throw that prop into reverse.
And we'll probably see that today. He doesn't use it as much in this kind of experience because when there's high wind, he doesn't feel as much of a need for it, but he does often use it.
Now what kind of prop is that again?
That's an MT. McFarland.
That's a McFarland prop.
Yeah, it's an MT prop, and they're one of our sponsors.
Of course. And so he'll be coming in, throwing that McFarland prop into reverse. But first, we got to get Tom down. Here comes Tom Ford, ladies and gentlemen, floating down, looking good.
Ooh.
Nope.
Aggressive.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
95 feet. Excellent.
Excellent work indeed. Austin now on approach. That Delta prop, as we call it, I call it Beta prop. We were making jokes last night. We call him Beta Boy because, you know.
Because if you can't pick on your pilot buddies, who
exactly.
can you pick on?
Who can you pick on?
That's exactly right.
He is a tremendous pilot at his young age, and he's genuinely humble and just enjoyable to be around, which is always a joy to see. He is coming in a little higher than his predecessor here.
That's okay. He's got a nice high angle of attack. About to get that nose up.
Cross the line.
3-point. Perfect.
And we notice we're not using the Beta.
Nope.
Now he's embarrassed.
Okay. That's all right. He'll get that on the next one. So he might be doing a lot of us. I got a little bit of my fake mustache here. He might be doing what a lot of us do in that he plays it very safe on the first run. Get your score in the books. That takes all the pressure off.
That's right.
Now you've got a score in the books. Now you can be a little more aggressive on the next runs after that.
And now his uncle, not father, Jerry. Ooh, it's a scratch.
I think Jerry may have been caught by the gust bug.
I can also tell you this right now. If he hadn't scratched, I think he could have stopped it sooner than his nephew did.
He would have stopped sooner than his nephew did.
He's also running a Beta prop.
He was completely out of energy when he hit. Completely out of energy. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to wave at the pilots. They're glad that y'all are out here today.
They just want to know that you think they look cool.
I think they look cool. I think they look very cool. Here comes Austin pulling himself up, making sure he can see. There he is.
Run one with a total score of 131 feet. Colin is in the lead.
Austin,
156.
Okay, here comes Colin. Once again, very
impressive.
consistent. He might be going for that most consistent trophy. His first,
After flying with him last night, I can see him having that drive. He really wants to be the best.
his first takeoff was 69 feet, and that looked very close. So I think he might be 59. Oh, he improved by 10 feet.
10-foot improvement can't be. Oh, that was in the 40s.
Really?
Tom Ford in the 40s.
Tom has decided he wants to win.
He's competing now.
That is awesome.
You come that far, you come all the way from the Northeast, you got to at least play a little bit. I believe it was 16 hours from Virginia for Colin.
Here comes Austin, running up. He's got that tail high.
Oh, a little bounce.
Oh, a little bounce there. 46 feet for Tom Ford on that takeoff.
Holy cow. And he had a good run. His first run was 156 feet.
Out.
25 off of those.
Standing. And here comes his uncle, Clemens. Get it up. There he goes, a little 100-foot takeoff. Now, what a lot of people don't realize, you're seeing these aircraft make these excellent takeoffs, and you can see them in the backcountry doing all this, but they can carry.
They can carry a lot.
They can carry a lot. That's
you ever
the
seen
whole
one of those
point.
with an elk strapped to the side? Because I have.
Yep. Bicycles.
That's right.
E-bikes.
Motorcycles.
I was kind
Jay
of.
Stanford's little Honda dirt bike.
That's exactly right. Now, is this Colin coming in?
This is Colin coming in. He's going to be rounding out his second round now. He is currently the leader by 25 feet with that first
so
score.
He needs to not scratch. This is the crucial thing here. Little bump, little bump.
Ooh, it's a scratch.
He scratched it. Great takeoff. Oh, he's going to be mad at that.
And with Tom having an incredible takeoff in the last round, it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
So, we have a few airplane salesmen here.
One or two.
Yeah, one or two. And I've always laughed when we talk about the carrying capacity of these aircraft. I always pick on them. I say, I want to see you slap the back of that aircraft and go, you know how many backpacks you can put in this thing? I just think that would just be a great line for an airplane salesman.
It would indeed.
Only driven by a grandmother to the post office on Sundays.
That's right.
This is the greatest airplane you can get.
All right, so we still have that score of 131, but Tom is now on approach again, taking that much higher line.
Oh, very high. And with that 46-foot takeoff, he is gunning for number one.
Those are experimental numbers. We don't normally see a 46-foot takeoff in the bush category.
Exactly. This is awesome. And, man, I hope the wind doesn't die down for experimental class.
We are slated for it to stay about like this till 3 o'clock.
Brilliant.
Should be gold.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. And here comes Tom Ford, ladies and gentlemen, floating down.
Ooh, it's a scratch.
Oh, ouch.
I can tell
that
you
hurts.
right now, Colin's hurting for him, but he's happy.
That hurts my heart to see somebody take off at 46 feet and then scratch.
100%.
Because now the 46 feet doesn't count.
Exactly.
I mean, you did it. It's there. It's beautiful.
I want to point this out. You made these rules.
I did not make these rules. I came on board 2 years ago in Gainesville at the first one, and the rules were done. Okay, here comes Austin Clements. Let's see if we can't get that.
Beta in.
There it is.
It's 80.
Okay, 80. Very respectable. Very, very respectable. We've still got Colin in the lead now. Now, Tom was gunning for him.
He was indeed, but it's still a 131 and a 156.
Folks, if you can see behind you, we have the number one in heavy touring right here, Mr. Andrew Patry. Congratulations, Andrew.
Well
Good
done,
job,
Andrew.
brother. Well done. Very well done.
I was team tailwheel. I have to admit, I was team tailwheel.
He was team tailwheel. I was team nose
pretty
wheel.
well.
I told you looked good in practice yesterday. Yeah.
Jerry.
Here comes Jerry.
Clean landing this time.
Jerry Clemens is going to get that down and stopped. Very good. Man, that is a gorgeous aircraft. Look at that paint job.
Those colors are my company colors. I feel like I need it.
It's unbelievable, man. That is absolutely gorgeous.
It is indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you give those pilots a wave. They're glad that you're out here today to enjoy this beautiful weather and this perfect wind.
Could not ask for better. We really couldn't. And with that, I want to thank Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance. Sarasota Avionics was founded on the principles of providing superior service and customer support at a competitive price. They have over 70 employees that are there for anything from small troubleshooting to complete custom panel retrofits. And I have several friends who've had their panels done there and have been really, really happy.
Nice. Outstanding. And a lot of these sponsors, they may not realize it. Here we go. Here goes Colin. Oh, he pulled a little early.
73.
He's going to have about a 75-foot score on that one. That won't be his best takeoff. He pulled just a little bit early, but he may have not gotten the right gust.
That's right, and we've got Tom right behind him now. Different feel in air.
Okay. Tom, who had a great 46-foot takeoff last time. What in
Holy
the world?
cow!
Okay, Tom Ford.
Bringing Ford with it was in the 30s.
I cannot wait to see what this is.
That was in the 30s.
Okay, so his last takeoff. This is his last chance. We're waiting for the score to come in for his 43 feet.
Goodness gracious.
Here comes Austin Clemens. Tail high, down, up in the 75-foot range, probably a little bit less. And you'll see he's kind of bringing it along in ground effect. And then here comes his uncle, Jerry Clemens.
A beautiful brand new Aviat.
Beautiful new Aviat.
Different approach this time, trying to three-point it off.
And you know what?
Successful.
Hey, hold
90
on.
feet.
You know, if it looks stupid but it works, it's not stupid.
I completely agree.
If it works, you know, if he can hit good, why can't he hit good? That was effective.
88 feet.
88 feet. Now, if you load that down to max gross, it'll take you more than 88 feet to get off, but not a whole lot. So these aircraft, very, very useful. Of course, all the pilots are here because they want to
Everyone's
see what
staring
they
over
did.
our shoulder trying to read the spreadsheets.
You're number 3, brother. You did good, though. And we saw you take that gust and make all that adjustments at the last minute. That was excellent pilotage, Kenny. That was outstanding.
Oh, you think you did that.
No. You're
Don't
great.
be hard on yourself. Here we go. Colin on short
Colin
approach
coming
now.
in. So Colin's got to get
Keep
a
it
good
alive.
score because
Keep it
Tom
alive.
Ford's
Stop
coming
it.
right
Stop
behind
it.
him. He's
Stop it.
good.
Stop it.
He's good.
All right.
Yes, in the 65-foot range. Outstanding.
Now, Tom, all the way from New Hampshire.
We've got a little time here. You want to?
We're hoping we get this guy.
Talk about some of these awesome. I do find it kind of funny that we have sponsors, but they're also sponsors that we use.
Oh, absolutely.
All the time. And
Speaking
we know
of
these
which,
people.
let's talk about one right now. American Legend Aircraft.
Oh, I could talk all about American Legend Aircraft all day.
They are building the most innovative and advanced Cubs out there today. At least that's what they say. Now, you can bring a couple Cub Crafters guys up here that may disagree, but the thing is,
Where
what is so great is that these different companies are all working together to build better
That's
airplanes every day. And I have to say, if there's any notion in your mind that flying these planes is a sensation that is both beautiful and profound, you owe it to yourself to try a Legend aircraft today.
I have been to their factory in Sulphur Springs, Texas, and the owner, Mr. Darren Hart, has walked me and a few other people around. We were picking up an aircraft, actually, that came on and competed. Their welding shop is incredible.
Oh, I bet it is.
It's unbelievable.
I bet it
I had to
is.
put on my reading glasses to look at these welds. They were beautiful. It was art. It was absolute art. Okay, here he comes. Tom Ford wanting to take the first spot from Colin. Here he comes. If he just don't scratch. No,
Ooh,
that was
it's
pretty
good.
good. He's good.
And
he's going to
stops.
stop in about 60 feet. I think that's it. I think that's the number one
we have
spot.
a winner. Wow.
Winner, chicken dinner,
First
ladies
time
and
here.
gentlemen.
First
Mr.
time
Tom
here.
Ford, first time. That's it. That's
Absolutely
number one.
sensational.
That's outstanding.
Sensational.
Way to go, Mr. Tom Ford. And here comes Austin Clemens, crowd favorite. 2,000 hours on his 19th birthday. Flies jets with his father's company. Tailwheel first. Nice.
Now we got the stop he was looking for.
Okay, this was the landing that Austin was looking for. This is what he was wanting to dial in. How outstanding is that? What a great demonstration of this Aviat Husky aircraft.
It really is. You can see why Husky said, you know what, we should probably partner with these people and make a STOL competition.
We probably should. And let me tell you, that's when you can land in less than 50 feet. Less than 50 feet in a certificated aircraft. That's unbelievable.
The last motorhome I had with trailer was 66 feet long between the two of them. You could land in less than a motorhome.
Land on top of your motorhome.
Good.
Eric, they could have landed on top of your motorhome. And here comes his uncle.
Jerry keeping it
Come on,
nice and
Jerry.
smooth. Ooh, it's good. Oh, it's a scratch.
He's just
It
a
is
little bit
scratch.
much. Oh, but he only scratched by about this much. It's still a scratch. Look, the line judge is making this. He's giving this hand signal. He's just this much. Just this much. That has got to hurt his heart.
With a less than 100-foot total score, Tom Ford takes this For now, we have another heat.
Okay.
We have
another heat.
Right? But he's at
That's right.
96 feet. Tom Ford is the man to beat. What an incredibly impressive display with a 43-foot takeoff. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a really quick, brief break just because we want to get this next heat out here, have them all prepared, safe, ready to fly. We'll be back in about 90 seconds for the rest of the Bush class.
When it's time to recover and paint your fabric-covered aircraft, look no further than AirTech Coatings. Since 1982, our FAA-approved system provides you with a shiny, durable, easy-to-apply product. The AirTech system has fewer steps than any other product on the market today, saving you both time and money. While using cutting-edge technology, we offer a wide range of products. Whether it's for work, play, antique, or aerobatic, we have you covered. Remember, we make paint fly.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the National STOL, the Husky National STOL Series. I can't put series
Husky
in STOL.
National STOL Series.
Man, you did it. Do it 3 times fast.
It's the Husky National STOL Series.
Oh, that's 2. All right.
Right.
We are back, and we are back with the Bush class. Round 2 of the Bush class. This is our second heat, and these guys are going to be really interesting to watch because we've got Huskies on top of Huskies, and then one more PA-18.
That's right.
So we've got Sean Francis, John Young, and Steve Pearce. These pilots, they know what they have to be. They got Tom Ford in their sights.
They're going to be gunning for him, and Sean Francis is out here in his brand new Husky out of the factory, and it has got a paint job on it, folks. When all of this is over, and if you're listening to my voice out here, and you're out here in SWAMP STOL DEUX in Jennings, Louisiana with the Husky National STOL Series, after this is all over, you need to go look closely at the paint on the struts. I think the struts are the best because they have a little curve on it. It's unbelievable. The paint job on this plane is gorgeous.
You know, when pilots give us a good bio, we get to tell their story, which I love. And one of the things that he has in his bio is his favorite memory. His earliest, most favorite memory was sitting on 2 Greater Dallas phone books and flying with his dad in a 175. That's just absolutely awesome, because that's kind of how I grew up flying too.
Absolutely.
You know? A lot of us out here have that opportunity to taste flight at an early age. I think
That's
I was
right.
probably 7 when I was like, I'm going to be a pilot.
Which is coming back to why Young Eagles
Exactly.
and programs like that are so important to aviation.
100% agree, and I think every one of us owes a responsibility
Yes.
to aviation and to the younger generations out there to create more Collins, more. I mean, all these young guys. We had Micah taking the light touring class.
Yes.
At 22 years old.
22 years old.
Deeply passionate. You know, he's a heavy equipment operator.
Sure.
It finances his passion.
But don't be surprised by that, because I know a lot of heavy equipment operators that are also pilots.
Yep.
And quite frankly, they make very good pilots, heavy equipment operators, because it's a hand-eye coordination.
Ironically enough, when we have pilots come to our flight school, we have a paramotor flight school, and the pilots come, fixed-wing guys, they struggle a little bit because it's totally different.
Okay.
When heavy equipment operators come, especially crane operators, they get it like a snap. So they're one of our favorites to work with.
They've got that tactile memory there. Okay.
Now we've
so
got
we
a
have Sean Francis.
2022 Husky with Sean Francis, followed by 21 years later, or 21 years earlier, John Young and his Bush 2001 Aviat Husky A1B. Now these A1Bs are significantly lighter than the new Huskies.
That's right.
We can see a really sizable difference. He didn't even have a spinner on it. He's going to be pushing as hard as he
And
possibly
here
can.
comes Sean Francis, and he's going to pull back, and he's up. Sean Francis, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, Sean Francis is a sales rep for
I
Aviat
bet he'd
Husky.
be happy to sell you an airplane.
He will sell you an airplane. I bet you he'd sell you that one. But he's got to slap the back of it. He's got to slap the back of it and say, you know how many backpacks you can put in this thing? Now here comes John Young.
John Young off the ground with the 65, 70 foot range.
Outstanding takeoff by John Young.
Again, that lightweight aircraft making all the difference.
Steve Pearce.
We have the wrong information in front of us. Apologies, guys. That is a 1982 P-18, and that explains why he's lacking the spinner.
Here it is.
There we go. We got the right information. That's Steve Pearce, number 82. You know, if we look at the numbers, it would probably help us.
It would probably help, you know.
This is your event, so I'm going to take
I do have
all the
to say
blame.
something. I do have to say that, you know, all of the people in the background who make all of this stuff happen, the movers and shakers, the event director, Anitra Goddard, and her sister worked on this. We do know a lot about airplanes and aviation.
A little
but
bit.
We have a book in front of us with pilot profiles on all of these guys. It's very impressive. And big shout out and thanks to Anitra for all of this.
The fact that she had all this put together,
Outstanding.
because we never have. At no National STOL
Nope.
event before have we had
Nope.
information that we can share with you guys, the public, and actually say, hey, we want you to leave here a little more educated, not just entertained.
That's right.
So we're
That's right.
deep appreciation for Anitra for sure, and for her sister for just bending over backwards and making sure everything got done.
Sheena's out here just kicking in. It takes an army of volunteers to put one of these things on.
No question. So we do have John Young out there trying to get his motor started, and Sean Francis on approach, followed by Steve Pearce in that Super Cub. I think I got confused because the pictures are both of blue and white airplanes. I think that's my problem.
No, that's exactly why we got confused. We didn't read the numbers. We looked at the colors and types of the aircraft, and and we made a little assumption. So,
Little assumptions.
but that's
That's all
okay.
right.
We'll be all right. So here comes that beautiful Aviat Husky coming in here, and look at him. He's floating in a little bit low.
Staying behind.
He's about to pull that nose up, cut
off
that
the
power.
Little
Nice.
long, but he got it
Very
nice and clean.
nice.
Getting the numbers on the board.
See, and so I'll bet you he's sitting in that cockpit right now thinking, I'm going to take it easy on this one, get my numbers in the books, and then the next two, things are going to get a lot more aggressive.
So I want to take a quick second just to say thank you to our sponsor, Fat Tire Cowboys. They are an aviation adventure brand right here in America, steeped in cowboy lore. They're focused on spreading a passion for aviation, the love of God, and a life lived well.
That's right. And we have prizes from Fat Tire Cowboys.
Heck yeah, we
Bull
do.
Spit airplane cleaner. Have you ever tried any of that?
I haven't tried it, but if you go look at my RV right now, it needs some. Before we talk more about it, though, we've got to talk about the guy who's landing right now, Steve Pearce.
Here comes Steve Pearce.
He has a thrust line mod, micro VGs, big old P-stole flaps.
He caught a little gust right before he landed.
The gust,
caught
got
a
the
little
bounce.
Got a little gust and a bounce right before he landed. And once again, you can't. What do you do? What do you do? You can't do anything about that.
You're just trying not to scratch. At that point, he's playing it safe, getting
That's
numbers
right.
on the board, moving on from there.
And and another thing Fat Tire Cowboys do, if you go online and you look them up, fattirecowboys.com, or you look them up on Facebook, they have got the best swag. Absolutely, hands down. I'm talking hats. I'm talking.
I don't know. I got some pretty good stuff. I'm wearing the hashtag fly all the things shirt
all
right now.
Yeah, and I love it. I love it. And actually, I'm getting one of their jackets for my birthday this year. They have an awesome bomber jacket, style bomber jacket that you can get that's got the Fat Tire Cowboy emblem on it. I mean, just the best stuff.
All right, Steve Pearce.
No,
is
Sean
on the ground.
Francis.
Sean Francis.
It's Sean Francis rotating.
Sorry, I'm getting the
At
numbers
about
in here.
85 feet. We'll wait for the score to come in to see how he does.
I just wanted to give the scores from the first round. Steve Pearce is at 173. That puts him in 4th place. And our Sean Francis is at 203 right now.
Okay, here comes Steve Pearce again. Excellent. He had lots of energy. He could have rotated sooner, but he had lots of energy there. Man, that was a solid takeoff. That was beautiful. That looked really good. That was Joe Dory good.
Joe Dory good.
If you've ever seen Joe Dory fly, Joe Dory knows exactly when to rotate. He knows exactly the characteristics of his aircraft. It is really just a pleasure to watch that guy work. He's not here today. We'll be seeing him at later events in the Husky National STOL Series. And let's talk a little bit about Duck propellers.
So it's actually Duke. It's French. It's French, all right? I own one of these propellers. I bought one of these for my Kid Fox. They're beautiful. And I know a lot about propellers because we sell a lot of propellers.
Oh, great.
And when I first saw this, it's an art piece. And I'm really excited to announce that Duke Propellers is joining the Husky National STOL Series as a 2022 season sponsor. If anyone is in the market for a propeller, from anything like a Rotax 503 all the way up into Lycomings and Continentals, take a look at Duke. They're not your average propeller, that's for sure.
Outstanding.
High and to the left, we got shot.
What kind of prop do you run on your paramotor, Eric?
So the primary propellers we sell are made either in France or Germany. And it's Helix or Electravia. They're carbon fiber, foam core, extremely lightweight. Our average prop weight is about 800 grams, so extremely lightweight propellers.
That is incredible. 800 grams on a prop.
Yeah, the one I'm running on mine right now is 570.
I could use my prop to lift weights. I could
100%. My airplane prop is heavy.
It's heavy. That is incredible. That is absolutely incredible.
Different world.
So here comes Sean Francis. He's on a long final right now. He's a little bit higher than he was on his last go round. I think I hear him putting a little bit of power in because he's trying to gain a little bit of power. All pilots know power for altitude, attitude for speed.
Exactly. And as we seeing the day heat up here, we're going to start seeing more thermic activity. We're going to start seeing it become a little less consistent, a little more challenging.
So what happens? What happens if? Here comes Sean Francis. Oh!
Just across the line.
He's good. He's good. He was very close. Just over 100 feet on that landing for Sean Francis.
Very nice.
Very nice. Very, very respectable numbers there. And here comes Steve Pearce. Nice and high on his final.
I know John Young's still trying to get his airplane started. We hope we get him into this heat. It looks like John Young is going to admit defeat for today, but we'll try to run him in a later class if possible. Steve Pearce now.
Here comes Steve. He's nice and high. Now, folks, when we say they're coming in nice and high, we want them to be high so they have a nice high angle of attack when they come in. So that they're dropping like an elevator, which means they have very little forward velocity. That's kind of a long landing for Steve Pearce, but it's okay. He's still landing at the 100-foot mark. Very respectable.
You know, we start looking at that being a long landing. A 100-foot landing is not a long landing in any world aside from this one.
No, in any world except here. Everybody give Sean a nice wave there. Here he comes in that beautiful Aviat Husky.
Lining up for the third round.
And here comes Steve Pearce.
We will not be announcing a winner for this class as yet because we do want to give the opportunity for John Young, if at all possible, to get up there and do some flying.
John Young, one of the founders and runners of STOL, another STOL event, completely unique. Not like any other event that's taking place in the lower 48.
No kidding.
And
I haven't made it yet. I want to go.
I've taken vacation. I am absolutely going to make it. And here comes Sean Francis in his Aviat Husky, tail up. He is off the ground. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. He's off the ground at 90 feet. You know it's a good run when he rotates and then he has to slog along a little while in ground effect. That means that he's taken the maximum. He is taking maximum advantage of this headwind and the ground effect to get those tires off the ground. And now Steve Pearce had a very graceful takeoff.
That was the most graceful thing I've seen all day. There's no elevator. Just, okay, I'm flying now.
And he made the aircraft do what it was designed to do.
Absolutely.
And the aircraft just picked up off the ground. This is a great time for us to talk about
whatever page is next. We're going to get there, all right? Let's see who's next, because we want to share every sponsor we can with you guys, because without these sponsors, we are absolutely at a loss to create these wonderful events. The sponsor we're going to talk about today is Clemens Aviation.
Outstanding.
Family-owned business. They are located in Wichita, Kansas, and they offer one of the most unique operations in the aviation industry, covering aircraft sales, management, flight testing, maintenance, and airport development, plus insurance.
They
do it all.
And yeah, if you want to go find Jerry Clements, he'll talk with you about aircraft insurance.
He certainly will indeed.
And Somerton Airport.
All of you guys, if you get the opportunity, please make sure you tag and follow Husky National STOL on all of our social media. Use the hashtag short is better. Instagram is at National STOL, Facebook National STOL Series, and TikTok is there as well. And apparently the hashtag is supposed to be shorter.
Is better. Yes, the voice from on high.
I will say this though, whoever wrote this wrote short is better, and I think it was probably Anitra, and she's not exactly the tallest person.
I know, right? You'd think she'd be all over shorter is better, or smuller is better. Have you ever seen her car she drives? I could put it in the back of my truck.
Oh, without a doubt.
Oh yeah. Talk about working out. I could work out with her car.
I would like to watch that happen.
We've actually discussed pilots being the bunch that we are. We've discussed actually taking Anitra's car and just picking it up and just carrying it off somewhere.
We used to do that with my buddy's old Mini.
Yeah.
He would wake up and his Mini would be in a different part of the college campus, whether it was on the roof somewhere, literally on the roof.
Okay.
It only weighs 800 pounds. You could do all kinds of shenanigans with it.
Yeah, we could get it on a roof. So here comes Sean Francis. He's on a nice long final. He's higher this time than he was the previous two times. Once again, he's dialing in.
Dialing that in, working it out.
He's dialing this in, working it out, knows what he's got to get done now.
And frankly, the winds have picked up. It's probably 8 knots stronger than it was when he took off. So we're seeing a bit more wind. We may see him get the shortest landing of his day.
The greatest thing, I realize these winds are really strong and really gusty, but they're blowing right down the runway, just like we want them.
Creates a nice, safe environment for exceptional flying.
Look at that. Oh, wow.
That's about 15
85?
feet shorter than the last one.
Yep, 15 feet shorter than last time. So when we talk about these pilots getting it dialed in, they're dialing in their approaches, they're dialing in their power that they have to add in, their speed, and once they get it all figured out, you can see some really, really short landings out here.
Speaking of short landings, our next class is going to be showing some pretty short landings, but we still have one left here.
That's right. And we have
Steve.
That experimental bush. I'm really looking forward to that. That's got Mr. Brian Steck in it.
Yes, sir.
Good friend of mine. I flew back from Brainerd with Brian and his wife. Just really, really great people, fun folks.
Steve Pearce has those 31-inch bush wheels.
And he caught a little sink there.
He sure did. We've seen that consistently. I think that little brighter green patch of grass is throwing off a little bit of cooler air.
And he's going to chop the power. And down he goes, Steve Pearce, with a landing of about 115 feet. Very, very respectable.
Now, as we get ready for our experimental bush class, we're not going to announce a winner of this yet, just in case our final competitor can get his airplane running the way he wants it to run. But we want to give just a quick nod to everyone who's here. Thank you from all of us here at National STOL for taking the time to travel here, whether you're from Louisiana or like me from Florida. It's just a joy to see everyone out here enjoying aviation this wonderful day. And now we'll take a few seconds to talk about one of our sponsors, and we'll be back with you for the experimental bush class.
You ain't seen
got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
Welcome back, guys. National STOL. This is SWAMP STOL DEUX. And we are excited to be back. We want to welcome all of you to kind of a bit of a recap session. Let's talk about what we've seen so far, what our scores have been, and what we can expect for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, first off, in light touring, very exciting. We've seen Micah Lindstrom beat out the guy who has, for the most part, been our national champion, Jeff Pohl.
Over and over again.
Jeff likes to win. He competes and he works hard at it.
He does.
He's a great pilot. But today, Micah Lindstrom took it.
He did. And before that, we had heavy touring. In heavy touring, we saw an upset of our reigning champion, Warren, get taken out by Andy in that 182.
That's right. And I know you heard me tell Andy. I saw him practice yesterday. I told him, you look great in practice. He did.
He worked it yesterday. I think he flew for 2 hours yesterday.
He did. He did. He did a lot of flying yesterday. And so Andy up here upsetting Warren Robillard. Although I don't think he's that upset. But you can bet the next time these two meet, Warren will have practiced and maybe even made some modifications to his plane.
He's been talking about it.
Well, look, we were laughing about that at 0700 this morning when the first planes hit the air to get just that last little bit of practice in. All of these pilots are great friends, are great guys, but they are competitive. Don't get it twisted.
Absolutely. And finally, we got to see the Bush class, and we saw some exceptional pilots, primarily in Super Cubs and Huskies, and these guys were pushing it hard with Tom Ford, newcomer to the scene.
Newcomer to the scene.
Under 100 feet, 96 feet. Absolutely sensational.
We've got to talk about Tom Ford and his takeoffs. Because Tom Ford's shortest takeoff was 43 feet.
I think he has helium in the airplane.
I don't know what he's doing. But or maybe he caught that gust.
You never know.
Maybe he caught that gust.
There is that slight element of luck in this sport, and that's part of what makes it fun.
And then Austin Clemens making a very respectable showing there at 118 feet. Whoa, wait a minute. He's not very far behind.
No, he was not.
24 feet isn't much.
That's not a whole lot of range. But
that is amazing.
Up next, we had the light experimental, and this is where things start to get really interesting. This is where people are designing and building airplanes sole purpose, whether it be for competition or for backcountry. They know that their airplane is going to be in competition, so these airplanes are designed for it.
That's right.
I'm excited.
It's about to get weird.
It's about to get really weird, guys. And with that said, we are going to take a quick 30-minute break for lunch so these competitors and all of our judges who are all volunteers out there on the field in the heat, or in this case, in the wind and cool.
It's wonderful today.
It's perfect, but we want to give them an opportunity to eat. Thank you all for watching. If you're online right now, please stick with us. We'll be back in 30 minutes, and we'll look forward to having you.
There are thousands of airstrips that are dirt, grass, and mud across the United States, Canada, and the world. Many of these are inaccessible to normal aircraft. There's a certain breed of pilot who wants to be able to land anywhere, either for sport or by pure necessity. They're bush pilots. We practice these skills so we can be safe off airport, so we can get into and out of the tight spots, the backcountry, and the unimproved fields. You'll now watch some of the best pilots in the world show you what they can do with as little as 50 feet. Not only can they take off and land off airport, they can take off and land anywhere. This is the Husky National STOL Series.
got on that reversible top as soon as his Alaska boom wheels hit the turf. That was outstanding. Boom. Now, did you see the shots play out?
I did.
He was completely out of it. Jeff Womack, ladies and gentlemen, he's got a GoPro on that thing. Sacrilege. He's got a GoPro on a 2-cylinder, 39 horsepower, 1934 Aeronautica C3. And here he goes, ladies and gentlemen. No tail wheel, just a tail skid. Perfect.
Well, I guess I'm going to go hold a baby alligator. See you guys later.
The Husky National STOL Series is presented by Husky and Aviat Aircraft, America's favorite tail dragger. McFarlane Aviation Products, thousands of parts, save thousands of dollars. American Legend Aircraft, not your grandfather's Cub. Duke Propellers, offer a wide range of carbon-made propellers and rotors. Sarasota Avionics, the #1 aircraft avionics installer in the nation. Rugged Radios, the official communications provider of National STOL. Level Boys. The Coushatta Tribe of Louisiana. The Jeff Davis Parish Tourist Commission. Le Berge Casino Hotel. And now, live from Jennings, Louisiana, this is Swamp STOL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the National STOL, Swamp STOL DEUX. We've got some news.
We do.
This is important news. I don't think your microphone's on, but I want to make sure
I'm
it
on
is.
now.
Because this newcomer, this guy that we didn't know. Tom Ford. I mean,
wow, this guy's really good. Man,
for a beginner, he's doing great.
So amazing.
What is it, two-time champion?
Current champion of the Northeast STOL Series.
Champion of the Northeast STOL Series. So, guys, we've been duped a little bit by Tom Ford because the man is a myth and a legend. We just didn't know it yet.
Dan, this is a good thing that points out how this community is connected on Facebook. So, guys, we're at the halftime, and my phone blows up. And I start getting news about exactly who this fella is. And then his bio information starts pouring in on my phone. And so this is, Buddha said that, disconnectedness is an illusion. We're all connected now. We're all connected now by social media, and people are watching this live.
And a big shout out to Jason for making sure that we got all the details correct.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate you, buddy. And we're going to make it up there. We're going to make it up there and go have some fun in the Northeast STOL Series.
It's a long flight in a 172 straight tail. It's a long.
It is.
Man, it's a long flight in my RV.
I'd have to break that up.
That would be a breaker. Yeah. That said, guys, we have some exciting flying coming up from the Experimental Bush Series to the light bush planes.
That's right.
And the light sports, and we have all kinds of shenanigans. It's going to be just a blast.
What do we say? We're going to make it weird.
We're going to make it weird,
We're going
guys.
to make it weird.
As we're getting ready to make it weird right now, I hear airplanes starting up behind me. We've got some people flying out. I'm going to get a word. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get the lineup for the Experimental Bush and walk you guys through who's flying, what they're flying, and where they're from. All right. First up, Brian Steck, Mineola, Texas.
That's right.
Now, Brian is flying. It's actually very interesting. This one tells me he's flying. Oh, there's the 9. All right. Titan 370 powered, which that's an engine. That's an engine and a half.
That's
right
a lot
there.
of motor.
On the Moac Cub. All right. 2020 American legend Moac Cub out of Mineola, Texas. Next up, Eddie Stash, flying the 2018 Carbon Cub EX2. He's been flying for 45 years and 4,500 plus hours. He's the owner and founder of Abilene Executive Air Park, and he just does this because he loves the freedom and adventure that flying brings. He's got 180 horsepower on that on 29-inch tires. Joe Edwards, where's he from? Do you know?
I don't know. Never heard of him.
Come on now.
Never heard of him. Who's Joe Edwards?
Joe Edwards out of Austin, Arkansas, flying an American legend as well, AL-18. He's flying the IO 340, and that's, again, 170 horsepower and a lightweight package from Continental.
That's right.
Justin Morton, Experimental 2020 Carbon Cub FX3. He says he's his entire bio. He says, I'm an aviation enthusiast addicted to flying. There's an explanation part.
I got it. I
feel that in my soul. Feel it in my soul. All right, Robbie Staten flying the teal and white Javron Cub.
That's right.
And he's from Central Arkansas. He's an aircraft restorer. He owns AirTech Coatings, and he's flying a home-built Javron Super Cub. It's finished earlier this year. It's only 1,109 horsepower with 185 horsepower. 1,109 pounds with 185. If it was 1,100 horsepower, we'd have some weird.
So that's what's going to make it weird, folks. As you'll notice, the weight of the aircraft is going down. The horsepower of the aircraft starts coming up in these later classes.
It does. And a lot of the stuff they're doing, because it's experimental, he says he put titanium and carbon fiber anywhere he possibly could.
Well, of course.
It makes a difference, guys. It makes a difference.
And then he painted it. And, that we've already talked about the paint.
We've talked about the
gorgeous.
paint.
So
Absolutely.
beautiful.
All right, Mike Case in the Legend Cub. He's running a YIO 390.
That's right. 200 horsepower.
On an airplane that weighs 1,250 pounds.
1,250-pound airplane, 200 horsepower. That power-to-weight ratio is completely out of hand.
Number 719 is Luke
Spoor. I believe. Where's Luke from?
I don't know. We don't have any other information on it. We're gonna have to find out more as we go along, and then we're on into the light sport category. We'll go ahead and run you guys through that as well, just so you have a baseline to what to expect. We've Cody Morris in a Rans S6 tricycle gear.
That's right.
And he's running a 912 ULS. We've got a Kitbox Model 4. I've got one of these. It's almost finished. I'm so excited.
It looks so much fun. The plane just comes off as fun.
Oh, yeah. It's just ridiculous entertainment. But he's got a Rotax 912 as well. His empty weight is 620 pounds. Now, mine's almost finished. My goal is to have it under 600. So I'm coming for you, Jared.
You got to go after the ounces.
That's right.
The pounds.
Exactly.
That's
grams
right.
count. Grams count. Eddie Sanchez. Hal Stockman, of course, in his experimental. He calls it an S7, but really it's just, it's a Lawnmower 3.
The Lawnmower 3, and everybody knows this, Hal being famous. Hal, the most famous man on the internet who's not on the internet.
Exactly right. You know what I love about Hal, though? You hang out around Hal for just a little while, and you hear him on the phone with people all over the world, day or night, telling them what to do to make their 912 run right.
Exactly. And one thing to say about Hal, and he and I have talked about it, he's a machinist.
Oh, truly. Through and through.
A real machinist. Yep. He can actually make things with his hands. No, I'm not talking about putting something into a CAD machine and then the machine just kind of spits it out. He goes and produces things on a lathe with his hands, and he can do some things with a 912 that are just amazing. He can get more horsepower out of a 912 than anybody out there.
Hal is incredible. I think that any machinist is just a magician by a different name. Absolutely incredible. And now, for this gentleman right here, Steve Henry, I consider him a dear friend.
Oh, yes.
And I would say that out of all of my friends, he may be the most competitive of all.
That's right. And we've also, let's skip ahead real quick. We got Mr. Dan Reynolds.
Dan Reynolds, all the way down here from Canada.
All the way down from Canada. So glad to have you here with us, Dan.
Dan, did you fly that 670 all the way here? Did you trailer it like a oh, come on.
I'm a wimp.
My first flight on a 670.
Do we have time? Here.
Yeah, let's get Dan in here. So my very first flight on a 670 powered airplane was a Aventura, and I wasn't flying it. I go to buy this 670 powered Aventura 2, and I'm like, this will be sweet. I had a buddy with me. He wanted to buy it, and I was going to go in and inspect it for him. The guy gets in the airplane, taxis out across the lake, takes off. 6 seconds later, goes back down to the water.
So what you're telling me is you don't like 670s.
My experience hasn't been great.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen with mine today.
Well, you obviously you have a really well-tuned airplane, a really well-tuned engine, and I saw you yesterday landing backwards.
Oh, I didn't land backwards.
Oh, come on now.
Maybe I hovered a little and then maybe drifted backwards a little, but I don't think I landed backwards.
Dan is the only guy here that I can say I genuinely, I think you were stopping less than the distance of your tires yesterday.
Yeah, that might be a little bit of you're too kind.
I don't know, man.
Maybe if you say the less than distance of my aircraft.
Well, that's 100% for sure.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. What are you thinking about the conditions today? How are you feeling about being able to beat your own currently held world record?
I would love to do that.
It seems like the right kind of day for it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is. If it doesn't get too off and on and hollow in spots, because that's the only thing with these real light planes. They're not as stable. They're still responsive, but you got to work. It makes you really work for them, and so you got to ride it a little bit faster in this kind of conditions. I mean, to really get down and hang it, you're running a pretty fine line.
You really are.
So I'm going to carry a little extra and feel it out and see, and I'll just hope that I get the right gust at the right time, and it'd be awesome to actually break my Valdez record, and yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be worth the price of admission and driving all the way down here for 6 days.
It's quite the haul. What does your airplane weigh?
It's 538 pounds empty.
And climb rate?
I don't know. I actually don't. I never timed it. I don't have a climb indicator in it. That's one instrument that I didn't put in it. But
what instruments did you put in it? Let's be honest here.
I've got fuel gauges and everything that you pretty much need in there for the engine and airspeed and what else? TAC. Yeah, it's I got GPS in there. I got a full-on radio.
You got like at least 20 pounds you could pull out of that thing.
I know, and I fully intended to do that because, Frank, I went and looked in his little cubby up there in Valdez, and he's got this little tiny micro oil pressure gauge. And
that's it.
And he's got the tiniest handheld radio I've ever seen, and that's it. And I'm like, where's your gauges, Frank? He said, what do I need them for? I'll know when the engine quits.
He'll be able to hear it for sure.
Yeah. No. So I thought, well, that sounds logical, but I just couldn't do it. I have a heater in this one and stuff, and, it will go back north, and I'll want to fly it in the mountains, and I want
This
those
is an
amenities.
operational bush plane, not just a competition aircraft.
Yeah, I use the sister ship to this one. I love it in the mountains. I mean, I work my cubs there, but this plane will go where no cub will ever dream of going.
That is so cool.
So, yeah.
So cool. It's been so great to meet you and to see you fly over the last couple of days. I'm excited to see what happens as the shenanigans ensue.
I hope the plane doesn't disappoint, and I hope I can do it justice. And yeah, we'll just wait and see. And it's going to be a good competition. And this is a fantastic setup you guys have here. And so glad I made it down to it. And great job to everyone who's done this, because this is beautiful weather, beautiful setup, good turnout.
Well, it's been great to have you, and I hope that if we play it right, maybe you stay down for Ton of Fun so you can see how terrible we can be at setting things up as well.
Oh, I wish. That's not in the cards. Most likely, I got to get home next week, and I will be back down, but I don't know about that quick.
No worries.
I'm coming back.
No worries.
You guys got
good
me
to have
hooked.
you, brother. Absolutely a pleasure.
Okay, well, thanks a lot.
Absolute pleasure. As we keep moving forward, guys, Dan has, again, he holds the world record. This gentleman came all the way from Canada to share his love of aviation, his love of STOL flight with us, and I'm so glad to have him because, you know, for a long time we've had Steve Henry in this position where he takes the overall. It's like, okay, there's not even a competition, or there is between him and Hal, but then something breaks. And
well, now hold on. Hal was 13 feet behind Steve last year.
That's pretty good competition. That's a pretty good competition.
Here. And Brainerd, they were very close too in Brainerd. So Hal, once again, also a former heavy equipment operator.
Right.
Okay. Works with his hands. Got that machinist.
Yep.
He's got that hand-eye coordination, that tactile. Heck of a pilot.
Heck of a pilot.
Heck of a pilot.
He had a line last night I loved. Someone was complimenting him. He says, if I can, he said, I'd like to build my airplanes to have as much performance as possible. And as long as I can perform to at least a fraction of what they can, I'm happy.
There you go.
I love it.
There you go. And so you see, he's about the airplane, but I think he's kind of selling himself short as a pilot.
100%
He's an outstanding pilot.
Indeed. I watched him learn to fly, or learn to ride. I helped him learn to ride a single-wheel unicycle thing, and it was terrifying.
Sure.
Because we were in Jason Sneed's hangar, and I'm like, he's going to die. I'm going to be there with Hal Stockman. Now he rides a one wheel everywhere, so it cracks me up. Just too cool. Too cool. All right, as our airplanes are getting cranked up, we're going to run through the rest of the lineup just so we can prepare you all. Colin Kasibinski coming in from Lincoln, Nebraska. That's a haul as well. He's a Midwesterner that's passionate about all things family, friends, and aviation. He's the pilot of Old Green Plane, a show on Carbon TV that takes its viewers around the country in the spirit of highlighting people doing great things and introducing them to general aviation. He's got a Titan 340 in that beautiful Carbon Cub SS.
That's right.
Dan
we
Reynolds.
just talked to Dan Reynolds.
But I want to point out that he's flying a 1983 Chinook Valdez Special. Now, I've got some time in, not the Chinook, but the Beaver RX-550, which is the predecessor. It's kind of the baby brother of the Chinook. Incredibly versatile airplane. If you look at the way that this landing gear is designed and built, you can do insane things with this airplane. I cannot wait to see that today.
Now, have we already talked about Steve Henry?
We did talk about Steve Henry briefly, but we can talk more about him. All right, so Steve Henry's this guy. He's got a great family. He's got a great idea, great business, great RV. Steve is my most competitive friend, and he's flying Yeehaw. And when Yeehaw spools up, the crowd goes freaking wild because it's something. It's like hearing a P-51 just maxing out its manifold pressure.
There's only one thing that sounds like it, and one thing that'll ever sound like it, and it is what it is.
It is what it is.
It's just awesome.
All right, the last one that I'm most excited about that we haven't talked about yet is Keith Wall. Keith is flying what I can only describe as, it's like sitting on the end of a tongue depressor. Right?
Okay.
So you got a tongue depressor, but it's just this long canoe, and you sit way out of the tip of it, and then you have these giant engines pushing behind you. The Aircam, originally designed for National Geographic.
Right.
Phil Lockwood took it down to the Amazon. They did all these filming for National Geographic, and now available for the public. Absolutely coolest thing. Keith is actually from here. He's from right here at this airport.
He is from right here in Jennings, Louisiana. Sits on the airport board. Very involved with the local community, and he flies an Aircam. And sometimes a
200 horsepower Aircam, so two 912Ss.
That's right.
And he's running 1,100-pound empty weight.
That's right.
I don't think I've ever seen an Aircam in a STOL comp before.
Well, he competed last year. Well, he competes exhibition. Now, get us 5 Aircams together.
Hey guys, I'm looking at you. Get us 5 air
Get us 5 air cams together,
and
hey,
5
we'll make it happen.
PC-12s. 5 PC. I know Mike paid
We'll make it happen.
We can do a PC-12 class and an air cam class.
Absolutely, we can do it, man. We can do it.
Absolutely fantastic. Guys, the engines are getting started up right now. We're getting ready to put ourselves in position to watch the experimental bush category. All the rest of the afternoon should be filled with high-flying, as we keep saying, shenanigans, trouble,
Here
chaos.
we go. It's going to be
getting weird.
Yes, we're going to make it weird.
With that said, guys, we're going to take just a moment for a quick break as we get these guys taxiing out. Thanks so much for being with us, and we'll see you on the other side.
When it's time to recover and paint your fabric-covered aircraft, look no further than AirTech Coatings. Since 1982, our FAA-approved system provides you with a shiny, durable, easy-to-apply product. The AirTech system has fewer steps than any other product on the market today, saving you both time and money. While using cutting-edge technology, we offer a wide range of products. Whether it's for work, play, antique, or aerobatic, we have you covered. Remember, we make paint fly.
Only in Louisiana will we be eating po' boys on our 3-minute break and just trying to get the crumbs off the face as fast as we can.
That's right. Welcome to Louisiana.
Gotta love it.
This is what we're about down here.
Speaking of Louisiana, I want to take a moment because there's somebody that, well, first off, we have a lost ID.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Okay. Mrs. Lore Booker, Melissa Elan.
Melissa Booker Lore.
You can read that?
Wow.
Melissa
The only
Booker
thing that still works is
Moore.
the eyes. That's right.
Please
We have
come
your ID.
to the trailer. Melissa Booker
Lore.
Please come to the trailer. We have your driver's license.
I mean, she's over 21. We could probably sell
that
it.
was the very first thing that came to my mind. Very first thing came to my mind. Hey, man, we could go get some beer. All right.
That said, guys, we do want to take a moment because without this entity, this group of people, we could not have had this event take place. And it has been so impressive to see how well they have integrated with the idea of the event, how well they have worked to make sure that we have everything we need from cones to space to just genuinely happy people. So I'll let you do the actual thinking, but
I've just got to give a huge shout out to the Jennings Airport Commission, the city of Jennings, the mayor will be here later on today to be out here. Also, when you talk about Dwayne Beebe, I got to give a special shout out to him, the airport director. Can you imagine being the airport director of an airport and all of a sudden you got 100 aircraft?
Guys, we just counted. There's just over 100 airplanes here. Over 45 flew in just this morning just to watch. It's neat to see the aviation community coming together from all over the southeast. And I flew up from Florida. I'm like, I didn't want to leave my airplane at home.
And how about those Civil Air Patrol kids?
Oh, they were
out
killing
there
it.
marshaling.
They were killing it.
Well, 45, 50 aircraft that flew in this morning.
Awesome. We've got a beautiful Stearman coming in on our left here. If you guys take a look out there, look at that PT-17.
That is gorgeous. A gorgeous Stearman landing right now on 3-1 here at Jennings. Oh, man, bring him down the grass runway. Put him on display.
That's right. But more importantly, it is time, my friends. It is time. We are going to go right into this with Brian Steck and that beautiful MOAC, mother of all Cubs, hailing from Mineola, Texas. He is prepped, he is ready, and he is hungry for this. But Eddie Stash is right behind him. Eddie's in that Carbon Cub EX2 from Abilene. Followed by Joe Edwards in his American Legend.
Crowd favorite.
Crowd favorite indeed.
Crowd favorite. Down here from Arkansas, of course, one of the founders and runners of the STOL competition.
And following him is Justin Morton in the Carbon Cub FX3.
Okay, now this is going to be interesting. Hold on now. Let's set the stage. We have 2 American Legend Cubs and 2 Carbon Cubs. What's going to happen? What team are you going to get on, Eric?
I have to say, I like them both. I don't know if I could take sides on that one. I mean, that's like saying, do you want to be on Team Earth or Team Earth?
Well, you were already on Team Tail Dragger, and I was on Team Nose Dragger.
There's still no question the Tail Draggers are better. There's still no. Come on now.
So, I've got 2 American Legend Cubs and 2 Carbon Cubs, and they're about to battle it out right here at SWAMP STOL DEUX, part of the Husky National STOL Series in Jennings, Louisiana.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, we obviously have very closely relative aircraft here.
Oh, yes. They're very closely matched. Now, you heard us talking about all their specs. They're all very closely matched to weight, and they're very closely matched to horsepower. So they're very classic. So there's only one more factor: pilot skill.
Pilot indeed. Yep.
Pilot skill, and maybe the wind.
So the wind makes a bit of a difference, but they're lining up now. We should be releasing them in about 1 minute to 2 minutes. This is the beginning of the second chapter. We're out of lunch. We're out here getting weird, getting a little bit wild with these airplanes. The performance is going to turn up a lot.
That's right.
And I'm excited. We get first guys taxiing up right now.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Brian Steck of Texas, here in his beautiful American Legend Cub. Brian, just one of the nicest guys you ever want to meet, but a fierce competitor, winner of the Husky National STOL Series Championship in Gainesville, Texas last year. That means he got a belt buckle.
He got a belt buckle.
The highly coveted Lone Star STOL belt buckle. Look, I do some sketchy stuff for one of those belt buckles.
I believe you would.
Yes, indeed. And we've got him on the line. I see the judges are out.
All right, he has been officially released by the gods above.
That's right. I want you to notice the judges are close.
The judges are all very close.
Here's comes tail high, rotate.
Off the ground at 65, 70 feet. Very impressive.
Nice. Very nice. And I've got our score page pulled up right here, Eric. So we're just going to wait for that score to come in.
Next contender, Eddie Stash.
Eddie Stash, of course, Eddie with a lot of flight hours.
You know what's going to be fun about this? It is going immediately from MOAC, American Legend, to Carbon Cub, back to American Legend, back to Carbon Cub.
Yes.
This is going to be entertaining.
It's a shootout.
Let's see how this Carbon Cub can perform. You know, obviously there's some major differences here between that and the MOAC. We don't have the leading edge slats. We don't have a lot of the things that we would be looking for. Right. But still, he's off the ground at about 110 feet.
Got 130 actually. Look at
that high. Wow.
You can tell. Look at him. He rotated just a little bit early. Now, when you want to talk about experience, you're talking about Joe Edwards. Okay. You never ask a man how old he is, but Joe's been flying for longer than you or I have been alive. He has learned as a kid. He's got those leading edge slats on that American Legend Cub, and he's going to rotate prior to 100 feet. Looks like he's, nope, just a little bit past it. Just a little bit past it. So, American Legend Cub, and here comes the Carbon Cub.
This is that FX3. This is the 2020 FX3 powered by a 363i is what it says on my sheet.
That's right. Fuel injected, right?
Yes, sir.
And here he comes, and he's going to rotate. Yep.
Off the ground.
Good. With authority. Rotates with authority.
Authority.
Authority. Respect his authority. Yeah, he did really well. That was good. That was a good, solid takeoff.
Yes, indeed.
It's a little loud if you want to sell something.
All right, as we are coming through here, I'm just making sure we've talked about all these incredible sponsors.
It just occurred to me that we talked about American Legend Cub early. We should have talked about American Legend Cub when they were on the string.
Well, what we talk about now is Husky Aviat aircraft, where luxury aircraft and backcountry meet. That's where you'll find Aviat Husky. Many manufacturers claim to have a large mission profile, but only Husky really delivers. Meet America's favorite tail dragger, the Aviat Husky. Faster, stronger, and more. And now it's time for our next flight.
Here comes Brian Steck. You can see him. He's kind of making those little aileron adjustments. He's nice and high. Look how high he is. And he's going to cut that
Use
throttle.
every bit of that gear.
Yes.
Heavy on the braking.
Very good. Heavy on the braking. Now, that was his safe run.
Safe run.
You notice his safe run. He didn't touch down until the 25-foot mark.
And he was stopped in less than 50 feet.
He was stopped at 75. So, yeah, stopped in less than 50 feet. So now that he's got a safe one in the books, next time he's going to start dialing it in. And then we're going to probably see a little shorter landing.
We got a score of 133 for Brian Steck. 133 overall score right now.
Man, that's good performance. That is incredible. Can you imagine? Can you imagine in the backcountry landing on a sandbar, landing in a field, landing anywhere you want to land?
Absolutely.
In that American Legend Cub.
Eddie
and
Stash.
Here comes that Carbon Cub, Eddie Stash. Looks like he caught a little gust, bringing it in low, floating to the 70-foot mark. Didn't even touch his wheels to 70 feet. And now he's stopping at 125.
Oh, further than that, 175.
175. Oh, you're right.
Yeah, he's way out there.
175.
He had an unfortunate series of events there, I think. The wind kind of cut out on him right after he goosed it, and it's going to just cost him that long landing. But at least he's safe, and he's in with a total score of 315.
And he's got the score in the books.
That's exactly right.
That's right. So when you talk about Husky aircraft, I mean, you really are talking about a luxury aircraft. Have you ever sat in one?
Oh, they are. It is like sitting in a Cadillac.
It's cush.
Yep.
They're so cush. And then if you start talking about autopilots, you start talking about all the features that you can get put into them. I mean, you are really talking about a long-range hauler with the range and the tankage to get you where you want to be and then land wherever you want to land.
Exactly. It's an airplane that doesn't have to make a compromise to be completely uncomfortable in order to fly. Like, you look at Micah's 170. That's not an airplane you're going to choose to go take a date on, right?
No. Micah's not impressing anybody, any of the ladies with that aircraft.
All right.
Now here he comes. Here comes Joe Edwards. He's got that
Close and
nice
slow.
high profile, and now down he comes.
Ooh, get that power. Ooh, he got
Look
it.
at that.
No power needed.
Oh, like a, just floated down like a butterfly.
I don't even think he used his brakes.
Such grace. So graceful. Look at that. He's around 125 there for Joe Edwards.
Justin Morton now behind him in that Carbon Cub FX3.
Really high. Justin's coming in. He's got a nice high profile. Hopefully he's going to have a nice steep angle of attack as he comes in. You see him catch that little breeze over that patch of grass you were talking about the other day. Okay, he did land a little bit long, but man, that was a good-looking landing.
It was, and he used his brakes.
I'm
not convinced that the prior pilot used his brakes.
I'm not convinced Joe did either. Joe may have been dialing in his profile. You know, they may have just taken that first one and said, well, I'm going to get some scores in the books. And here we go. For run number one, Brian Steck in the lead at 133. Mr. Joe Edwards right behind him at 228. And then Justin Morton, 250, and Eddie Stash at 315.
Pretty impressive.
Very impressive numbers for our first run. But that was our first run.
Now it gets fun.
Now it's going to get weird.
We've had fewer scratches at this event than we would have in any one category of Sun and Fun.
That's true.
Just saying. It's been a very consistent day.
It's been a very consistent day, and I think that's due a lot to the practice last night and some of the practice that folks did this morning. And that's on the pilots. I've got to give credit to these pilots. They obviously got out there and put the work in, and they've got their planes dialed in, and they are controlling those aircraft down to the foot.
100%.
And so here's Brian Steck on the line. You see he's looking out to his left at the line judge, getting ready. Folks, give a wave to all these pilots coming by here. Mr. Joe Edwards waving at the crowd. Love it. And now Brian is set up and ready.
Waiting for just the right gust to reach him. The calm before the storm.
That's right. Exactly. The calm before the storm. He has an autopilot in that aircraft, actually. He has a nice autopilot. He's instrument rated. He can go anywhere he wants to go. You know, he's
in style.
In style. In style. And bring his wife with him and all of their luggage.
That's right.
It's got a huge luggage compartment in that aircraft. Here he goes. Tail up. Come on.
Oh, 80 feet, give or take.
Yeah, 76. I'm calling 76. That was a good one. That was good. He kind of hung around in ground effect for just a little while. That's a good indication that he's timing that pull correctly. And he's getting everything he can out of that aircraft. And here comes Eddie Stash. Up to the line. He's set. Start to bring that tail up. Rotating.
Ooh, a bit longer than he wants, that's for sure.
175. That is a good bit longer. Now, did I see? He doesn't have the leading edge slats.
He does not on that airplane. That's correct. Neither of the Carbon Cubs do. So as we're looking out here right now, we're noticing these flags are starting to move a little less. The winds are certainly dropping down now. We're probably looking at 5 to 8 knots less than we were just 5 minutes ago.
That's right. Here comes Mr. Joe Edwards. Pull it back. Outstanding. It's about 115 feet. If he's not careful, he's going to start chasing Brian. If he's not careful, he's going to start chasing Brian Steck. He keeps having takeoffs like that. And lastly, our Carbon Cub.
Justin Morton away.
So Justin's in third place now. And with that takeoff, that's 138. That's going to keep him solid in third. He'll still be looking mighty solid in third. And here comes Brian on his long final.
It's a really impressive difference right now. We're seeing almost 100 feet in difference. It's just 5 feet short of 100. It's a 95 feet difference between Brian and Joe. And that's a statement to their piloting right there.
It really is. And these aircraft, so if you look at the aircraft, there's a world of difference between Brian Steck's Cub and Joe Edwards' Cub. Okay, Brian's coming in kind of long. Okay, somebody got messed over by the wind. Brian was coming in nice and high. You see, he had all the power out of it, but there's no brakes on aircraft, ladies and gentlemen. There's no brakes.
If you're that late, you don't want to throw it sideways.
If you're in that late, you're not going to be slipping it in.
Luke Spohr, please report to your airplane if you want to play. Luke Spohr, go fly, buddy.
So another thing we could talk about, we got a text message while we were talking during the lunch break. All right, here comes, he's coming in low, he's dragging it in. He's going to need to chop that power now. And he floated to the 45 mark. Coming a little bit sideways, coming to a stop at about 155. Got a text message. The density altitude currently is a negative 200.
That's pretty good.
Negative 200. So we're flying underwater.
Yeah, you know, I've done worse.
We actually have a negative density altitude. We got a long one coming if you want to tee something up.
Yeah, we can do that. Let's see what we can find that we can share with everybody.
Oh, now we're talking about a slip. Here comes a slip now.
Slip. First slip we've seen today.
Everybody else has just been straight in. That's Joe. Joe's slipping that thing in. I think Joe's going to drag this one in. I think he's going to bring it in low and then keep that plane aloft with power and then chop that throttle right when he gets to the line. Mr. Joe Edwards set up on a very nice approach. Look how slow and graceful that is.
Nice and stabilized.
Very stabilized.
Chop it.
Boom.
On those brakes now.
Did you see it just drop completely out of energy?
Completely.
Outstanding. That is a great landing by Joe Edwards.
And I just want to make a huge thank you to McFarland Aviation Products. There's a lot of airplanes out here running MT props.
A lot
of them. With everything from nose to tail, McFarland has kept the general aviation community flying for over 50 years. They offer over 35,000 different products for hundreds of aircraft, including the MT propellers you see flying in front of you.
We're gonna circle around. We're gonna circle back on that in just a second to point something out. Here comes the Carbon Cub. Landing a little bit long.
Judges are running. He's like, please stop. I don't want to keep running.
So Justin landing just a little bit long on that Carbon Cub. And it's worth pointing out that the heavy touring champion today, Mr. Andrew Petrie, is running
an MT prop.
And
the second runner-up.
And the second runner-up, Mr. Warren Robillard, running an MT prop. So MT props taking first and second today in heavy touring.
Third round now, Brian lining up. Brian Steck in that beautiful Moac Cub.
That is just gorgeous. You know, Mr. Darren Hart's on the field today.
The
owner of the company is here. If you want to talk to him about American Legend Cubs.
See, I'm glad I didn't say which brand I like better, because now I can talk to both.
Well, sure.
I do want one though. That's on the list.
Oh, are you kidding? They're gorgeous. They're gorgeous. And so here goes Brian. We're gonna let Mr. Morton come by and get out of the camera. And Brian is set up, waiting for go.
When's it pick back up here, guys? We may see a really high performance takeoff.
There we go, and he's got his tail up into the wind.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
That's what we were looking for right there.
What do you think? 65 feet?
65, 62, somewhere in that range. Eddie taking the line now. And this showdown between American Legend and Carbon Cub.
61 feet.
61, I'll be darned.
61 feet. They're throwing the scores at the man. Look, the booth is on fire today.
They are on fire.
They are on fire today back there making this happen. So here goes Mr. Eddie Stash. Now you'll see him, folks, if you're watching this on TV.
Ooh,
how
eking that one out.
That.
He really wanted it. He was trying for it. He's trying one tire at a time.
Hey, if you got to take off one tire at a time, it's what you got to do.
Do what you must.
So Joe Edwards in second place behind Brian Steck. Brian making a very solid showing here today in his American Legend Cub. Joe's got his tail up.
Ooh, off at about the 80-foot mark.
I believe you're right.
I try to be about one or two things a day. Right, that is.
So we're going to see this score for Joe Edwards on that takeoff come in. And now here's Mr. Justin Morton.
This time with more aggression.
Definitely more aggressive this time.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, that's a great improvement. That's a great improvement right there.
110 from his previous takeoff of 138.
And look at there, Joe Edwards, totally dialed in, 78 feet on his takeoff, his best takeoff yet. But you notice, look at him close that gap. See, that's outstanding. Had to use the cough button.
You know, every once in a while. I got the black pepper.
That is outstanding.
Here.
So Joe obviously dialed in on that takeoff now. He is chasing right behind Brian Steck. I don't think he's going to catch him. I don't think he's going to catch him, though.
It's going to be
Ryan is a heck
quite
of a
the
pilot.
push. It'd be quite the push. You'd have to get just the right amount of wind.
And you know, as an instrument-rated pilot, Brian is used to setting up and having that consistent approach. And here he comes. Floating in. He's got that nose up.
Speaking of consistency, Brian had a 61-foot takeoff twice out of 3 times. With authority.
He's gunning for that weekend away. Outstanding. That's an outstanding landing by Brian Steck. Ran out of gas right before the line. Look, he's leaving with his tail in the air. He's taxiing with his tail in the air, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you know you got a happy pilot right there.
Happy pilot.
I know a couple of pilots who taxi with their tails in the air when they're happy.
I'm one.
Yeah, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, Steve. But that was good. That was an outstanding performance by Mr. Brian Steck. He very much should get that tail up in the air and be happy, because that is a great performance. 146 feet on that last landing. Now, his best landing of this whole series is 133 feet. So 146 is close to that.
His 146 is for the entire thing, not for just the landing.
Oh, no, not for the landing. That's the whole total.
85 feet. Yeah.
So he still didn't beat his first run. All right, here comes Mr. Stash. Bring it in, get it stopped, get it stopped. By the way, we've had discussions about it. Ground loops don't count.
I have heard that.
Yeah, you can't ground loop. Yeah, you can stop faster ground looping, it doesn't matter. Ground loops don't count.
All right. Let's see what we got here. We've got some more fun stuff to talk about.
We've got all kinds of stuff.
Well, we've got an opportunity for people who have an interest in that most consistent. It looks like our friends at Sarasota Avionics will be giving away a free Garmin InReach Mini. And additionally, for the overall winners, going to get a Garmin D2 Air GPS smartwatch, all from Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance.
Awesome.
Very cool stuff.
And of course, we've talked about rugged radios. We are using rugged radios today, ladies and gentlemen, right here on the field, because we need radios that are dependable, clear, and that we can understand each other. So rugged radios, the radios used on the Husky National STOL Series. You gotta say Husky like Husky National STOL Series. Boom! There you go, Joe Edwards. Don't be afraid to pick that tail up, Joe.
We know you're happy.
He's at 126. 126 for his last landing. Oh, 85 feet. Man, he's doing good today.
He really is.
There you go.
Last but not least.
129 feet on that landing. Not Joe's best landing of the series.
Justin Morton now dragging her in.
Still in a solid second place. You can see this tail.
Lots of rudder.
Look at him working that rudder. Oh, he caught a gust. He caught a gust right before he landed. Justin caught a gust right before he landed. He couldn't get her back down.
Hurts your heart a little bit for him. You know he was hoping for a better score.
Yeah, you know that he was wanting to get that. Oh, man. You could even see it as he was coming in on his final approach. It bumped him up.
Yes, indeed. Well, we're getting ready for Robbie Staton.
That's right.
Mike Case.
One of my favorite bluegrass playing pilots on the series. Robbie Staton. In his beautiful Super Cub. That gorgeous paint job. Tastes good.
And we here at National STOL would like to thank AirTech Coatings. Since 1981, they've been revolutionizing aircraft paint. AirTech Coatings will make your paint fly. And ladies and gentlemen, as we are getting ready for the next round here, we're going to take just a moment for a commercial break on the webcast. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll be back in about 2 minutes. Actually, 38 seconds.
Oops, 4. What's that? need to potty, go in the camera.
I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
When it's time to recover and paint your fabric-covered aircraft, look no further than AirTech Coatings. Since 1982, our FAA-approved system provides you with a shiny, durable, easy-to-apply product. The AirTech system has fewer steps than any other product on the market today, saving you both time and money. While using cutting-edge technology, we offer a wide range of products. Whether it's for work, play, antique, or aerobatic, we have you covered. Remember, we make paint fly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now for the fun stuff. We're getting lighter, we're getting more powerful, we're having more fun. Lots of adventures ahead of us. What's our lineup? Who's up first?
Our lineup, we're leading off with Mr. Robbie Stanton, Mike Case, Rick Boardman, Luke Spohr, and John Young right there coming in at the end. Now, Rick Boardman's in light experimental. All right, so he's going to be competing here in this round in experimental bush.
So his times don't count toward experimental bush; they count toward light experimental. But in order to be able to maximize the use of our time, to make sure that we get as many people out here flying as possible, and really enjoy this win that I know Hal Stockman sitting next to me is really looking forward to, we want to make sure we get everyone out there on the field to fly, and we'll be getting things kicked off right now with Robbie Stanton. That's that custom-built Javron Super Cub.
Robbie Stanton of AirTech Coatings.
And guys, if you are here in person, you see that little ball of fire running across the runway, that is Anitra Goddard. She is the reason why this event has happened the way it has. We appreciate her very much. Even though she can't hear us, you guys can clap for her if you wanted.
That's the event director for the Husky National STOL Series. She travels all around the country, putting on 7 of these a year, all over.
All over indeed.
The Queen of STOL. Here he goes, Robbie Stanton, ladies and gentlemen. Outstanding.
Holy cow. I'd say that was about 69 feet, 68 feet.
That's about right, yeah, 69, 68. I think I'm going to cheat to the short side. I'm going to say it was 65.
All right. It's going to be pushing him right into that play where he can start making some action with Brian Steck.
That's right. And you forget because they're in different heats that they're competing.
Right. They're still competing with the same people that just
same
flew.
people.
Yep. And as we can see
And here
now,
comes Mr. Mike Case.
Mike Case with the
Got that tail
he's got the
way
cargo
up high.
pod on. Talk about not
Nice.
caring about losing weight. The guy's got a cargo pod
I
on
know. What's it got in there, I wonder? That makes you wonder.
it. It makes
What's
you
it got
wonder.
in it? What's it got in there?
Straight helium.
If you filled it with, it's carbon fiber, so if he filled it with helium, would he actually be negative? I'm not
I
sure.
don't think so.
I'm not sure. And then here's Mr. Rick Broadman coming up. Now here's our guy in light experimental, so we don't know where we're going to
no idea.
Oh, come on.
My goodness gracious.
Okay, we're
First
looking
light
at a 40-foot
experimental.
takeoff. But now remember, this is a light experimental aircraft. Okay?
There
And
are a
he's
few other people in that class that are going to be pretty hard to beat.
That's
But
right.
we're already seeing, with one of the more stock airplanes, we're seeing some exceptional flying there.
Outstanding flying. And then here comes the MOAC. Luke Spohr in the MOAC with the gun cases on them.
Oh!
Yeah. So you'll see as you watch, ladies and gentlemen, that each pilot has their own technique. Some pilots like to pick the tail up high, 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 and then slam it down. Somebody lost their numbers out
That
on the
was
runway.
Luke. Luke's number just flew out of the airplane. I think
Oh,
that
there we go. We're holding up John Young. You can get it. You can do it. We
All
believe
right.
in you. Okay, good. So here comes John Young of Second STOL. Got stickers all over his aircraft.
He's got a 360 camera there on his
Okay,
rudder.
look what he keeps the tail down, pulls it up. Very respectable 100-foot takeoff. Very nice. And so, you know, part of these events, Eric, they're also fly-ins.
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
It's the
And so
people.
there's a lot of sitting around in a camp chair with pilots. You know, yesterday you had like the 3 top pilots in the nation just sitting there chatting.
You come for the first one for the airplanes, to
Yeah.
watch the airplanes, and after you get to know the people here. I mean, I've met people who learned to fly last year in Hawaii, and like
That's
his
right.
experience is incredible. It's just great stories.
That's right. That's right. And so they all have different techniques.
Yep.
And you'll see some of them, you know, like Warren Robillard, they love to pick that tail up really, really high and they fling that aircraft into the air. And then we have folks like John Young. John Young always starts off with his tail down.
That's right.
And they're all, you know, and there's the discussion. There's hours of discussion about what is the best technique.
And that's hours of discussion every day that we've been here.
Every
let's be
day that
clear.
we've been here, where we sit around and we talk about what is the best method for taking off an aircraft in a short distance. Here comes Mr. Robbie Stanton. His beautiful, beautiful aircraft. He's looking good. He's a little bit high. Uh-oh, scratched.
No.
He's scratched. He's scratched. He's not going to like that.
You know he's going to be frustrated. You want that first one to count so you can start pushing your luck, start
That's
making yourself
right.
a little more aggressive throughout the next heats.
And we're not seeing a lot of scratches today.
We really have
Could
not.
count them on one hand.
Agreed.
There's not a whole lot. I haven't had to do this at all. You know, I haven't had to do any of that. Do we have time to talk about some of our great sponsors?
We certainly do. Once again, I want to just bring a big thank you to Ladd Gardner Aviation Insurance. If you have any aviation insurance needs, look no further than Ladd Gardner. They have an extensive team of professional aviators that will give you the attention you deserve and build a relationship with you and their agents.
And you know, the agency that insures Swamp Stol is Ladd Gardner Insurance.
Ladd Gardner Insurance.
Ladd Gardner Insurance.
They've
They're
insured
great
stuff for
people.
me as well. Great for event insurance.
Great people. Great people. I love having insurance and never having to use it.
That's my favorite part.
Oh, it's my favorite
Yeah.
part. I pay it. It's there. It makes me feel better.
I wish it worked that way
Never-
with taxes. Wouldn't that be nice?
Oh, just never pay taxes.
On approach.
All right, here he comes in, Mr. Mike Case.
Ooh, it's a scratch.
Okay, it was a scratch.
It was
Yes,
close.
But let's talk about his technique. He ran out of energy just before the line. Shocks played out, and it was great technique. Great technique. He just landed in the wrong spot.
By probably 4 inches.
4 inches, sure.
I mean, it was close.
Sure.
It was very close.
But here's something else to think about. That 4 inches is just a gust of wind.
Right, exactly.
Just one little gust of wind.
Extra puff of wind totally throws off everything
All
you
right.
had
Now
planned.
we're still looking at Rick, and Rick is coming in. Now this is light experimental. Oh, it's coming in a little hot. A little hot, a little high. Good landing.
On the brakes, get on the brakes.
He got it. He got it down.
Total score of 145 or so, 143.
Yep.
We're not seeing the updated people in this heat.
So we're trying to get the scores up, folks, so that we can talk more about what's going on here.
We are trying to get it working right now. The man in the box, the guy who's putting all this together and helping us make sure that this broadcast is going seamlessly, he is working on it as we speak.
So let's talk about a MOAC.
Let's talk about it.
Mother of all Cubs.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about this MOAC in particular with gun racks on it. Do the gun racks help or hurt, do you think?
You know, I think at this point, if you took the gun racks off, we wouldn't recognize him.
It would look right.
It would not look right.
just
When that
wouldn't
came
look
out
right.
to Oshkosh, it was like, okay, these are some guys who know marketing.
Yeah, this is awesome.
I love it.
This is awesome. And here comes Luke Spohr and his MOAC. He's getting that nose up. There we go. Very nice. Uh-oh, we've had an engine failure on the field. It's okay. He's got plenty of time, folks. He's got plenty of time to get that aircraft off the field. Even if he doesn't get a restart, the guy behind him will simply go around. Oh, no, he's got it.
Out of the way. Very nice. And the reason we aren't seeing scores, Matt, is because everyone in this class that's landed so far until this one had scratched. So the light experimental class, of course, that score will be on that page. But for everybody else, they all scratched. So we only have one score that should be coming in just a moment.
Wait, he's ahead of Brian Steck by 10 feet?
He's ahead of Brian Steck by 10 feet
And
with
Brian's
a total
done.
score
Where's
of
Brian?
123.
I'm looking around. I know there he is right over there.
Brian, we're sorry, buddy.
Sorry, Brian. Sorry, Brian.
Look at the door
There
flapping
he goes.
open.
Come on, John Young, get that thing down. John with a nice bouncing landing.
Anyone who's flown a Cub-type aircraft knows when that door starts coming up, you know you're going down, and that's a good feeling.
So that's a high angle of attack. If it's enough angle of attack to force that door open,
That's
you know
right.
you're coming in.
You don't need any kind of AOA indicator on a Cub. You just watch for the door.
Nope, absolutely not. So John Young will be posting up a score here. Everybody, give Robbie a wave. There he goes.
We believe in you, Robbie.
Got to get Robbie a helmet. You know, it is not an actual requirement to have a helmet yet at the Husky National STOL Series. We are heading that way.
I'm a huge fan of helmets for safety, but there is a slight problem. I'm 6'4" and I fly a Kit Fox
Oh,
and an RV6. I don't fit in any of my airplanes with a helmet.
Bangs on the top. and you know, do we have a helmet sponsor? I can't believe we don't have a helmet sponsor.
You know what? We'll be looking for a helmet sponsor. So if anyone out there wants to provide us with a helmet sponsor, let's have a conversation.
Oh, well, it's wide open. I can't even believe that.
You could probably give us one helmet.
Are you kidding?
Give it to Matt.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Matt's got a helmet. But, I mean, I just can't believe we don't have a helmet sponsor.
Actually, we just got word back from the booth that Tom needs a helmet in the booth. I think he's trying to keep himself safe back
well,
there.
that and he's running that crew back there.
It's pretty dangerous every once in a while.
Yeah, I don't go in the camper. I don't go in there. I don't know what's going on in there. I don't understand it. They got multiple screens going on. You know, they're typing on two different keyboards at once. Okay, here he goes. Robbie Stanton. Nice. Okay. Yeah, that was a very nice.
He's going for a score this time. You know he's not going to be pushing it too hard. He wants to get numbers on the board.
Yeah, to quote the internet meme, nice.
Nice.
That was nice. And now we're coming in here. Mike Case got the tail way up, pulling it back. Oh, there you go. Took him a little bit. He's looking about 85 maybe.
You know, I love that we're sitting here critiquing, oh man, it's an 85-foot takeoff. So long compared to the rest.
Yeah.
I'll go get my RV to fly home tonight, and I'll be doing 1,700 feet of
I can't believe it took him that long to get off the ground. That was ridiculous. So, you know, I'm 250 consistently in my old heavy thing. Okay, here we go. Now that's light experimental. Rick Boardman.
Right around 55 feet.
So remember, folks, that's a light experimental. So he's competing with a lot of folks. They'll be taking off in about that or less.
Or much less. You never know. These things have happened before.
That's right. And here comes Luke Spohr and his MOAC.
That's just a beautiful airplane.
I just love watching the feather flags fly. It means he's got lots of headwind already, keeping the tail down. A little pop.
Ooh, a little pop. I think he could have done that 10 feet earlier.
Yeah.
He was carrying a lot of energy there, and we got a nice headwind.
And look at him climb out with all that horsepower. Look at all that horsepower. And here's Mr. John Young. Keeping that tail down. Now, you know, I'm going to have to ask John, because I don't know what I'm looking at. There is a rod coming off of his tail wheel.
It's a 360 camera.
That is the coolest thing ever.
It makes for a great angle. It really does.
When John starts posting these videos up at Arkansas, I will be sharing those videos on the Swamp Stol page to see that 360-degree camera that he is taping while competing. If you've never competed in one of these things, folks, I got to tell you, it doesn't matter what level of pilot you are. Cannot suggest enough coming out to a Husky National Stol Series event, meeting the pilots, watching them, talking to them. You will leave a better pilot, and you will learn.
And you'll be challenged. You'll walk away, no matter what you fly, you'll be challenged to really become more exacting as a pilot, to be more demanding of yourself. Instead of rolling into that, complacency of, I can fly just fine. Now you want to become the best you can possibly be. And that's what Robbie Statton's doing right now, bringing this 2021 Javron Cub in, trying to make sure,
nice,
by gosh, he's getting past that line today.
You see him kind of dancing on those pedals. And then, see, he played it safe.
It's good. Hey.
Played it safe. Nope, that was a good idea.
At 110 feet, give or take a few.
That was a good idea, but he didn't touch down to the 20-foot mark. So we know that he can land in less than 100 feet.
Oh, for sure.
He scratched on his first one, so he had to be careful and make sure he got one in the books.
Something I'd love to see happen over the years with the Husky National Stol, I'd love to see an annual points spread. So you could have an annual champion, a MotoGP or Formula One style championship.
Well, now you can need to talk with Doug Jackson about that, because Doug Jackson's background is racing.
That's right. I'm sure Doug would be all about it.
He's coming here from the racing world and bringing that culture and all of that into Stol takeoffs and landings. And that's how all this got started.
Absolutely.
So we got a long final here on Mr. Mike Case.
Mike's slow. He's
in.
low.
Oh, he looks mighty slow.
He looks really
very slow.
This reminds me of Micah's landings. If he can keep it over that line, we're like, ooh, it's a tighty. He's good.
And the line judge says good.
Fantastic.
The line judge says good.
Right around 82, 83 feet.
Here come Anitra Goddard and Jerry Drew across the field now. Ladies and gentlemen, she made it. She made it. Yay! And Jerry made it too.
Plenty of time to spare.
The air boss and the event director. Ladies and gentlemen. And here it comes. Now, this is a light experimental, folks, so we're going to be looking for a real short landing here.
He's got it slowed down, and it's going to be too early.
No. Okay, this might be a gust problem. That
could be a gust problem. Could have just been a little too slow to get the power in. He had the perfect angle of attack, but just a little too slow to get power to save himself.
And that's where you got to start burping it. That's where you got to burp it and just give it those little punches of power.
And that's what we talked a lot about earlier in the heavy touring class.
That's right.
These light experimental pilots are oftentimes using much smaller inputs of power, but repetitive. Instead of it being a wah, it's a whoop, bum, 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 bum.
That's right. That's right. And
MOAC on final.
And you got to get in that zone and don't punch it don't firewall it, because you'll never get it back.
Riding that line right there.
Nice. Here he comes, locking those wheels up a little bit, dragging across the grass. Less than 100 feet. Outstanding. And we got a plane here on long final coming in. And we've talked about Sarasota Avionics. Let's see who else we've talked about today. We've also obviously talked about American Legend Cub, and we've talked about the fact that I'm getting a Fat Tire Cowboys jacket for my birthday.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. It's really nice.
We can talk about Duke Propellers once again. Again, a new sponsor for 2022. Duke Propellers make some incredible props, and they just seem to be a cut above. It's the reason why I chose it for my airplane, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it performs.
So here comes Mr. John Young. Nice. He got it just over the line. He's getting on those brakes, picking that tail wheel up.
Always fun to watch the tires stop spinning and become a skid.
Yeah, and they're just skidding across the grass. All right, and here they come for their last run. There goes Mr. Robbie Stanton, everybody. Give him a good wave.
I see most of our light experimental
Case?
pilots have headed back over to the corral for their airplanes.
They have. They got to start getting things warmed up.
I still see a Hal Stockman out here, though. I'm wondering if he's flying.
Where is Hal?
He's
Hal.
hiding out right here. Hal, you going flying? Hal's too busy having great conversations.
I don't know. He's over here visiting. I don't know. Well, he's standing next to Dan Reynolds. So Hal Stockman's standing there chatting with Dan Reynolds. Steve Henry was laid out here on the grass
Steve
watching
made
the
his way back.
competition. So we got the top 3 in the world within 10 feet of each other. So I guess
we'll wait for them. I think we wait for them.
Yeah, we're gonna have. And here goes Robbie Stanton. Hey,
nice
Robbie Stanton
takeoff,
with a very good 70-foot takeoff.
Yes, indeed.
And here comes Mike Case with his helium-filled luggage compartment.
No number needed. We all know who that is.
That's a gorgeous aircraft.
It really is. That's some aggression, ladies and
there you
gentlemen.
go.
Look
Bringing
at that
aggression out.
I think he made the pull a little too early. He needed
Just a little bit.
3 or 4 more miles per hour.
That is outstanding.
That's one of those pucker moments as you're tipping that far forward. Oh, Lord, I know I have the clearance, but do I have the clearance?
And if you're looking across the field right behind Rick, you'll see we have our steerman leaving out for the day. You know, this is the side of the steerman fly-in every year for the past 40 years.
Is it really?
Absolutely. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, light experimental class.
At it, 55 feet.
I think he's before 50 feet. Rick doing a great job today. But of course his score is not coming up. I'm on the wrong Excel
Wrong page.
spreadsheet.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait till the next one.
I'm on the wrong Excel spreadsheet. Folks, I wish you could see this. There are tabs at the bottom, and we can page through and look.
Or actually, they can get on top of this right now. nationalstol.com/scoring. Again, the man in the high castle behind us let us know that if you're at home, you can follow along live. nationalstol.com/scoring.
How awesome is that?
The internet's amazing.
As soon as the score appears in front of us, you can see it online. Ladies and gentlemen, that is outstanding. That is amazing. Okay, Tom, I got to give it up. That's pretty cool. So here comes Mr. John Young. Got that tail? Yes! Very nice. It is kind of amazing that we're sitting here talking about 100-foot takeoffs.
As
and
if
less
they're
than
slow.
100-foot takeoffs.
As if they're slow. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, just a reminder, if you're on social media, which if you're here, you probably are, please don't forget to tag us. Shorter is better is the hashtag. Instagram at National Stol, Facebook National Stol Series, and TikTok, wherever you might find National Stol. And since he's sitting here next to me, big thank you to Jerry Clemens from Clemens Aviation and Insurance. We appreciate that their family-owned operation in Wichita, Kansas is proud to offer one of the most unique operations in the aviation industry, covering aircraft sales, management, insurance, flight testing, maintenance, and airport development, etc., etc., etc. What else don't you
Imagine if you were taking a charter flight with Clemens Aviation and Austin got in the plane. Hey, sir, I'm going to take you wherever you want to go.
I think I'd be scared.
Wouldn't that be something? And you knew he was a STOL champion. How about that? We're going to fly this jet.
Right?
I'm going to land it in 100 feet.
He says 200 feet.
200 feet.
200 feet maximum for jets.
Here comes Robbie.
Robbie sliding in nice and slow.
Good.
He's getting rocked around a little bit. We're seeing a little more movement. But the winds are still up, guys. We've got strong winds for these light experimentals coming up in just a few minutes.
Okay, so there goes Robbie. We got takeoffs, we got landings. DQ 106, 106. Well, now, thank you, sir. What are we talking about? He's 106 and 98.9. He's within 7 feet. You know what I've got here?
You got some, I'm going to have to say, it's got to be Gator on a stick.
This is Gator on a stick.
Gator on a stick is the way to go, guys. We are in Louisiana. And when in Louisiana, you do as Louisiana should. Good Gator on a stick.
I'm going to tell you what, Miss Marilyn got it going on in that food truck over there. That is awesome. What's up?
I will take some
Gator on a stick, ladies and gentlemen. The only place you can get Gator on a stick at a fly-in is to come to SWAMP STOL in Jennings, Louisiana. SWAMP STOL, the STOL capital of the South. Okay, here it comes.
That is some good Gator.
I know, right? That's crazy.
Ooh, nice save.
Nice, very good.
Tail wheel touching down before the
Way to
line.
go,
He
Mike.
felt the sink. He made sure he kept it in. Got the power back in just where he needed and stopped at 74 feet.
Love it. Love it. That is pretty good, isn't it?
Darn
That's
good.
awesome.
I kind of don't want to tell anybody so they don't go over there and
Clean them out?
clean them out. I
Yeah.
want some more.
I know, right? That is awesome.
All right, our light experimental contestant.
Yeah, Rick is coming in. Looks like he's getting a little buffeting.
He is. He's definitely fighting a bit more than the heavier airplanes are. You can see that he's having to work for it, but he is able to get to those slower speeds, and that is a slow landing.
Perfect.
That is going to be a fantastic score.
25 feet.
Wow.
Roundabouts.
The crowd's got their hands together for that
Yeah,
one.
the crowd's getting lit up for that one. That was outstanding.
If you know you're competing against Steve Henry, Hal Stockman, Dan, you know you're going to compete with that level. You want to come out with a landing like that because that just feels fantastic.
You got to have it going on. That was outstanding. And here comes Luke in the MOAC. Using those gun racks to
I think they're
manage his airflow.
vortex generators, you know?
There you go.
They're
Using
certainly
those-
creating some sort of vortex. Ooh, a little late burst of power there.
He gave it that late burst of power because I think he was feeling that buffeting and was afraid that a gust was going to get him.
These are the decisions we make, and sometimes we have to live with the results.
That's right. That's right. Just one little burst of power, and then over the line he went. And here comes my buddy John Young. Nice and high as he should be. Looks a little fast. He's
Looks
coming in a
very
little quick.
fast.
You think he's going to drop?
Maybe a good slip? No, it's
Nope. He's putting more flap in now.
There we go. Still looks a lot faster than our last contestant.
It was a lot fast. And there he goes. He's touching down at the 50-foot mark.
He's going to be
bouncy.
disappointed in that one. I know his personality is not going to be enjoying that.
No, and all these guys are such competitors. They are competitive. You know, it's funny. You see these guys. They all say, "Oh, I'm just coming to the fly-in to have some fun and talk to some people."
And then they line up.
And then they line up. Or 7 o'clock this morning, there they are, beating it up in the pattern.
Every one of them trying to judge it for themselves.
Trying to get ready. That's right.
That's absolutely right.
That's right. Now, who do we have coming down the line?
All right, we are going to go really quickly and go through the scores of where we stand in this class, this experimental bush class. We have quite an array of scores as Luke Spohr has taken it from Brian Steck. He has a total score of 123, 10 feet shorter combined than Brian Steck's 133. That is followed by Robbie Stanton at 161, Mike Case at 174, Joe Edwards 207, Justin Morton at 250, and Eddie Stash at 315. Guys, these are exceptional numbers. I know it doesn't seem exceptional until you compare it to what you do in your Club 150, your Club 172.
That's right.
You start seeing how accurate these pilots are being, both in their ability to take off consistently and their ability to put that airplane down exactly where they want it, exactly how they want it. So our first heat of Light Experimental is up. We are definitely excited to watch these gentlemen fly. I will try to walk through all the names and numbers in about 90 seconds when we're back from this very important word from our sponsors. Enjoy.
When it's time to recover and paint your fabric-covered aircraft, look no further than AirTech Coatings. Since 1982, our FAA-approved system provides you with a shiny, durable, easy-to-apply product. The AirTech system has fewer steps than any other product on the market today, saving you both time and money. While using cutting-edge technology, we offer a wide range of products. Whether it's for work, play, antique, or aerobatic, we have you covered. Remember, we make paint fly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the very first round of the light experimental category here at SWAMP STOL DEUX at the Husky National STOL Conference extravaganza awesomeness. We've got some great people out here for you in the Rans S6. Cody Morris.
The Husky National STOL Series.
Well, we could say it that way, or we can make it more fun.
Like that. You got to say it like that. It's got to be dramatic. There's French horns. We're doing dramatic stuff here.
That's right.
Husky National STOL Series, ladies and gentlemen.
Out of Russell, Kansas, Cody Morris in the Rans S6, Rotax 912. Out of Viola, Arkansas, Jared Justice in his Firefox Light Experimental Kit Fox Model 4, also with a 912. And looks like is that Eddie Sanchez. Eddie Sanchez is out there, and I think that's a Highlander.
From Oklahoma.
Is that a Highlander?
Yes.
Awesome. Very nice.
He is out here in a Highlander. He is a late entry into Oklahoma. He showed up here. He was just going to spectate and watch, but then after talking to the pilots and a lot of encouraging, he entered, and I think we're going to see some really good numbers out of him because Just Aircraft, as you know, Steve Henry.
I got the opportunity to fly one back this past fall. I hadn't flown a Highlander, and this one happened to have a 150 horse Yamaha in it, and it was darn fun. But what was more fun is that he could slow it down slow enough that I'm flying my paramotor, I could land on his tail. I'll show you a picture. It was a blast.
Okay, all right. This sounds like some YouTube stuff.
It might hit YouTube someday.
This sounds terrifying.
Awesome, guys. Well, we're going to get these guys started. They've been released now, so we're going to see what kind of performance Cody's going to give us out of this Rans S6. This being one of the only tricycle gear airplanes in this category right now. It's always interesting to see the different styles of performance. Obviously, with the Super 701 of John Humbert, we see him dragging that tail on the ground more than a tail dragger does, right? He's just holding on.
All right, there Cody goes. Nice.
Ooh, very representative. 65 feet or so.
Representing
nice
very well.
Yeah, that lightweight 1990 Rans S6. Randy Schlitter has been building airplanes for a very long time.
Outstanding. All right, and here comes Jared up to the line. Let's see if he picks the tail up or leaves it down. He picks it up.
Diving the airplane toward the ground, ripping it off.
There he goes. Very nice.
An 85-foot takeoff roll.
No. He got off before 75
You think
feet.
so?
I do.
I was too impressed by the way the airplane looked. I mean, I love the Kit Fox, man. You got to love him.
You do. And now here comes the Highlander.
Eddie Sanchez.
Number 48, Eddie Sanchez.
It's funny, I was in the elevator at the hotel this morning, and Eddie was in the elevator. And he's like, it's my first time competing. I wasn't planning on competing, but here I am.
There
Easy mood, taking it off.
Very nice.
Not getting any rush there at all.
About 85 feet there for Eddie. Very nice takeoff. It's always nice whenever we're bringing new people into the sport. That's always enjoyable.
100%. And that's such an important thing. In order for this to continue, we need the young blood. We need,
that's right.
Even if you're just young at heart, we need to see more pilots practicing, working toward goals, because again, it helps you avoid complacency. It makes you a better, safer, and more complete pilot versus just the guy who gets out and might get there 25 hours a year.
That's right. Exactly. And, it's every new pilot that's ever come into this sport has said they couldn't believe how welcoming everybody was.
I'm a paramotor pilot. I'm a fixed-wing pilot also, but I come in here as a paramotor pilot, and everyone's nice to me. So they're going to be nice to me. They're going to be nice to you, all right? There's no question.
And here we come. Here Cody comes in. You know what? He's looking pretty good. He's floating there at the end.
Yeah, he carried a good bit of speed there, but he's heavy on the brakes. You can see those axles and the entire gear just shaking under braking.
But now this is his first run, so he may have been trying to be more conservative on that first run. We're going to find out.
We shall indeed. Kit Fox now on final.
Jared looking nice and high. That's exactly where he should be. He's got a really good setup right now. He is looking really, really good. Did you see the paramotors flying this morning?
I did. Those are my friends.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was awesome. That was just great.
There's a reason why I wear a shirt that says #FlyAllTheThings. There's all kinds of things to fly. Now, Jared getting a little squirrely. He does have a lot of speed carried through. It's going to be a safe landing. It's going to make it past the line, but not get the numbers that I know he's aching for.
That's right. But this is his first run, so he's getting set up. He's getting dialed in. His second run will I'm making a prediction that his second landing is going to be shorter.
45 feet.
By 45 feet?
No, 45 feet total.
Oh.
Wouldn't that be cool?
He could do it.
He could do it. The airplane's capable.
He could do it.
There's no question.
The airplane's capable, and I think Jared's capable. The question is, Will the wind cooperate?
That's absolutely right. Eddie now
Is the wind going to help him
bringing
out?
it in for his first ever National STOL landing. He looks very confident, smooth.
Very
Doesn't
smooth.
look over aggressive. It does
He's
look a
coming in
bit
with
fast.
he's bringing in a good bit of speed, but look, he's
great
down.
job getting past the line and heavy on the brakes.
He's less than 125 feet.
Fantastic.
He's in 120-foot range. Very respectable.
Exactly the kind of performance we're looking to see out of new pilots. We don't want you to be pushing past your limitations, past your experience level, but we want you to be bending that experience and creating a whole new just treasure trove of knowledge to grow from.
That's right. And as the president of National STOL says at every safety briefing, don't try anything new here.
This is not the place.
This is not the place.
It's not the time. As an air show pilot, they say that at every safety briefing.
Yeah.
If you haven't tried it, don't try it here.
Don't try it here. Get it, And there's so much that you can learn. There's so many schools that you can go to where you can learn how to fly your aircraft right at the edge of its performance. And of course, one of the problems with flying your aircraft at the edge of its performance, if the wind dies down, down you come.
That's right. You got to get that power back in, drop the nose, and make sure you keep her flying.
I just realized you just had fried alligator. You're from Florida.
Oh,
That's probably you get to eat fried alligator all the time.
every day
probably.
if I wanted. But hey, this was Louisiana alligator. It's different.
It does. Did it taste a little different?
It's different.
Got a little spice in it.
All right, Cody.
All right, there he goes. Come on, Cody.
Earlier
Cody
rotation.
pulling a little early on the rotation. That's all right. He's still got it up.
Also, the wind has dropped significantly. We've probably seen about a 10-knot drop
Isn't it
right there
wild?
during his takeoff.
And look, the directions changed too. We got a little bit of a crosswind.
That's right.
There's a little crosswind component now. There goes Jared. Yep.
All right, we're looking now at the scores. In the lead, Rick Boardman with 158 points, Jared with 195, and Cody with 197. So our newcomer is, where's our newcomer at? His
Eddie's
score
in third place.
Third place, most excellent.
And here
Eddie
he
now,
goes. He's
second
gonna
takeoff.
Get off the ground in less than 100 feet.
Fantastic.
Very respectful. Very nice. And we're moving a paramotor around.
That's a powered parachute. They're
Powered
different.
parachute. Okay. There's something that's just different.
Well, the powered parachute only has a 3-to-1 glide ratio. So they use a big engine.
Okay.
Powered parachute, or powered paraglider rather, has a 9-to-1, 6.5 to 9-to-1 glide ratio. So they use a small engine. They're fully aerobatic. So a little bit different.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
A lot of energy management.
100%.
A lot of energy management there. Okay.
All right, looking at the board right now, we've got Rick Boardman, who is in that Carbon Cup SS. He's at 158. Really exceptional. We had a 46-foot takeoff, so we knew that he was going to be someone to beat, and it's proven that way. But Cody now, low approach, very low approach, keeping the speed. The winds have picked back up to help him along. And let's see if he can slow it down. He's got the power out just in time.
Good.
He's down to the
Very
25.
good.
Once again, locking those brakes up. You can see the skidder and scratch.
All right, 150 foot. Very good.
But keep in mind, guys, coming up next, we have Hal Stockman. We have Steve Henry.
Here comes Jared.
We have
slipping
Colin. And we have Dan Reynolds. We have some guys going to be doing some very exceptional flying. We're going to hear sounds out of airplanes that you shouldn't hear. It's going to be very exciting. But first, we got Jared in the Kit Fox Model 4 slipping it
Coming in.
in. He's still pushing that slip.
Look
You
at
can see that
He's
left
pushing
door
that.
popping
Look
open.
At that.
Ooh, I almost would like to
Came
see
in
him
a
keep
little
it
too
away.
high. Nope, he's okay, but
Get
caught
on those
that
brakes.
bounce. That bounce cost him 20 feet.
At least 20 feet. I think that he let off that slip just a second too early.
Yep.
I could feel like if he just had the confidence
He
to
had
say,
a little-
I've got this.
It's all about energy, and he had a little more energy in the aircraft than he wanted to get.
That's right. Eddie now.
Here comes Eddie.
Second approach. Very
Eddie's
respectable. You know, Eddie is in third place, but he's only 2 feet behind Jared.
So that's a pretty close contest.
When he pulled the power out, it stopped.
It dropped like a
just
rock.
dropped.
You
And he
heard
got
him?
on those brakes 103 feet, 101 feet, pretty close.
You heard him pull that power out, and that plane just immediately just ran out of energy and started coming down.
I would have thought he was still fast. It looked fast, but we're seeing major variations in the wind speed now.
That's right, and they're dealing with that. They're making those adjustments, those split-second adjustments, as they come in.
Yep, absolutely.
Absolutely outstanding pilotage.
All right, 158 is the score to beat right now, and Jared is at 195, Eddie 197, and Cody at 203. That's their current lead. Their second runs looks like 271 for Cody, 200 for Eddie Sanchez, 213 for Jared. So Jared actually dropping below Eddie. And what's interesting is Rick only had one run that it was able to be scored. So he got that 158 run with an incredible 46-foot takeoff. And that's the only one that was able to be scored.
And there goes Cody. Off the ground in about 65 feet. Great takeoff. Oh, no, 58 feet.
58, very nice.
What an outstanding takeoff. And here comes Jared in his kit box.
Jared bringing the tail.
Tail up.
Getting that little dive in there, and nice mover.
Very good, 75 foot or so on the takeoff for Jared. And here comes Eddie in his Highlander.
That's a good-looking Highlander right there.
It's a very good-looking Highlander. The numbers look really good on it.
They do. It's got that pirate mystique to it.
Ooh.
Really getting after this time, letting the speed build, and off the ground at 65 or so feet. Fantastic for Eddie Sanchez.
Very good.
First time showing this guy, it's got to be giving him a lot of confidence, a lot of joy, knowing that he came out here without any anticipation of actually competing, and he's not only is he competing, but he's actually competitive.
Doing really well.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, 61 feet on that takeoff. That was really good for Eddie. But now here it comes. They've got to get out, make it through the pattern, come down, and then match a good takeoff with a good landing.
These winds have picked up substantially right now.
Have we covered all of the sponsors? Good job.
Twice. All right, final round for Cody. He's bringing it in low once again. We'll see if this costs him. He seems to be translating a lot of that airspeed at the end. He really needs to scrub it off and get the power out early, but without sacrificing and scratching. This time he definitely looks slower than he did before. Keep it off the ground. Keep it off the ground. Keep it off the ground. It's good.
Scratch.
No. Oh, no.
Scratch.
It's a scratch.
It's a scratch.
It looked good.
One of the few scratches today. Oh, he's not going to like that.
That's always disappointing.
All right. That's all right. But you know what? He came and he competed. He had a really good time. I'm sure he's going to leave here with some ideas about things he might want to work on.
100%.
And then
I think they should let me be the line judge from here because I always think they made it. I think it would be a little more entertaining.
I have been accused at Lakeland of always, going to the good. It's always good.
Here comes Jared. Power's out early. It's a scratch.
He got that power out and then he lost the wind.
He did, but he got it stopped at 75 feet.
Yeah, he lost the wind. He was on a good approach. And the wind is a curse and a blessing.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, we got a headwind here. It was great. And people they're loving the headwinds for the takeoffs, but it would only be better if it was a steady headwind like you had
We got to do this at the beach. We got to do this at the beach or Valdez.
Yeah, like you do at Valdez, where you have a constant sea breeze. It's predictable. You can work with it.
Eddie coming in. Little late pulling the power, but he's done a great job. Has he had any scratches?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
He might be shooting for that most consistent prize. He might want a weekend at the L'Auberge de Lac Casino.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as we're getting these final numbers back in, we'll update you on exactly where we stand in light experimental. But everyone here has been waiting for a few of our friends to fly.
That's right.
A few people who are truly legends in this sport. They understand energy, and they have a bit of a challenge with technology because they just want to keep pushing it, make it better and further.
Always.
We're going to see those friends fly today. Steve Henry, Hal, Dan. But we're going to do that right now. We were going to go to a commercial break, but we decided we don't want to make people wait.
Let's do it.
All right?
Let's get on with it.
So, as these gentlemen come up here, we're going to talk a little bit about their aircraft.
So, what you've got here, ladies and gentlemen, is three completely different approaches to the same problem.
Oh, yeah.
How do you take off and land quickly? How do you take off and land in the shortest amount of time? So, you've got Steve Henry and his awesome Highlander, the Yeehaw 6.
So, what would you say? We have the problem.
Okay.
Let's take a look at how they're addressing it. So, Steve Henry.
Horsepower.
300 horsepower, right?
Horsepower.
It's still light. It's lighter than can be.
Right.
But 300
he's
horsepower.
Throwing 300 horsepower. Can I say the name of the company?
I don't know. I don't know if we could say the name.
Okay, but so he has a special engine manufacturer and carries Josh, his mechanic, with him, and he's got 300 horsepower under the hood of that Yeehaw. Then you got Hal Stockman.
Talk about an airplane that has been balanced within being the lightest possible airplane it can be, and an engine that's been tuned within an inch of its life.
Perfectly.
Engine every day is a new test.
Perfectly.
Hey, what's the humidity today? I want to make sure I have it jetted just right for that, right?
Look at Colin. Colin getting up here. Everybody hooting and hollering at Mr.
Old
Colin
Green
Kaniva.
Plane. OldGreenPlane.com.
And there
Love
goes
what Colin's doing. And Dan
Reynolds
in the Valdez Special, taking a whole nother look at it, saying, hey, you know what? I don't care about the reliability of a four-stroke. I want to use an overboard, obnoxious, usually found in a jet ski,
and here comes
two-stroke
Hal.
engine. Off the ground at 55 feet.
55 feet, no problem. But this is their tune. I'm going to be honest, guys. I think this is their tune-up round. This first tune-up round, they flew this morning, of course, and they're coming out here getting their tune-up round ready. The line judge is bringing Steve Henry up to the line.
Listen to this engine.
Guys, you might want to put your fingers in your ears.
No tire roll. His right tire did not roll.
Okay.
His right tire didn't roll. Not at all.
I can't call this. I don't know.
No, literally, if you looked at his right tire, it did not move. It has that stripe, so you can see how much it moved. It didn't move.
It didn't move at all.
You're not supposed to lock up the brakes on takeoff, Steve.
I don't know what I'm looking at even.
Another excellent 50-foot takeoff.
Colin. Killing it. Way to go, Colin.
Last but not least, we know
we're gonna have a rubber read it tonight.
We're gonna have something here tonight. This is gonna be exceptional.
Yeah,
Dan Reynolds,
awesome. Here he comes. Dan
world
Reynolds,
record holder for the shortest takeoff recorded in competition. I believe it was around 6 feet. Can he beat it today with this incredible one-off aircraft? 1983 Chinook.
Got a little bit of a roll, almost 25 feet, and off he goes. Okay, now we've got the takeoffs. You take off for show, you land for dough. Let's find out who's got what. Now, that being said, these three pilots, we are talking about some outstanding.
Not even three. We got four up there. And I have to say, Colin made that look easy.
He did. He made it look effortless.
Absolutely.
And you know, his plane, Colin's plane, he flew here in that plane. He did not trailer.
And that's something that you have to keep in mind. How usable is the airplane every day? And we were talking to Dan earlier, and Dan says he flies his all the time in the backcountry. That's not something. I've had 13 engine outs, 12 of them in two-stroke Rotax or Kawasaki ultralights. I don't want to fly a two-stroke in the mountains. But he's built it in a way that he's comfortable doing it, and I applaud that. Hal Stockman, ladies and gentlemen.
Here comes Hal. He's working with that wind.
Tried and true.
Working with that wind, coming down.
Getting the power out.
Get that power out, Hal.
25. Keep it down. 75.
There we go. 75. All right. Very nice. Now he's going to pick that up because he does not have a tail wheel, as you can see. He has a tail skid.
Which is just a little weight so you can keep the center of gravity back there.
And he'll adjust that too.
Every day.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, here comes Mr. Steve Henry to your left.
300 horsepower.
300 horse. Now you see how he's working it. He's flying it right at the edge of its performance. So any little gust and it'll stop flying. So he's going to try and bring it up and then drop it.
That's pretty much how you do it right there. 25 feet.
25-foot landing for Mr. Steve Henry.
I think it was a 0-foot takeoff.
Looking great. Looking great. And he's flying with his tail up. That's how you know he's happy.
He's definitely got a grin on his face.
He's got the tail feathers up. And, you know, you're absolutely right. Colin flew that plane here, camped on the field, and took off in less than 25 feet. Well, what was his takeoff? What was Colin's takeoff? 41 feet. That is incredible.
We do have a score back from Steve of 45 feet total.
Boom! Look at that! Look at those shocks play out.
Getting it stopped. Very nice.
When you see the shocks play out like that, folks, that's how you know that pilot has gotten all the energy out of that aircraft. It cannot fly anymore. Dan is super high.
He is super high, and he still has power in. I'm interested to see what his plan is. His tactic is, I think it's to hover.
What's he? Okay, guys.
This is the Harrier Chinook.
And he's hovering the plane over the crowd now.
You can see that
just
he
kind of
literally
trying to decide if he wants to power it in to come forward. Now look at his. You can see his footwork on the rudder pedals.
Elevator. Watch the elevator as well. In just a moment, he's starting to slowly ease that elevator forward, just allowing it to drop, and then he'll capture it with power. Listen closely to that engine. You're watching a master at work, my friends.
If you're watching this on TV, it is amazing.
Oh, no, it's a scratch.
It's a scratch, ladies and gentlemen. It's a scratch from Mr. Dan Reynolds.
What
of
an
Canada.
Absolute legend here to watch these pilots all fly together.
The whole crowd groaned.
Oh, yeah, you can hear
the crowd.
You can feel the sadness.
You could hear everybody just, oh. That is one of the wonderful things about doing this in front of a live audience. The pilots, they know you're watching and they can hear.
If you're at home and you're watching this on your computer or your phone, make sure you make it for the next one. It's worth the effort. It's worth the effort. The most famous man on the internet who's not on the internet, ladies and gentlemen, Hal Stockman. Steve Henry.
There goes Steve. Killing.
Listen to that engine roar, my friend. I love the sunset sessions when you can see his exhaust just turn purple.
Did we get a takeoff score?
We got a takeoff score of 14 feet. I think that one may have to go back to the tapes. That one seems like it was a little off.
His right tire
never turned.
Never turned. So here comes Mr. Hal Stockman.
Dan's
it's okay,
disappointed.
Dan, he's disappointed. He's mad. I hope he doesn't let it get in his head. Come on, Hal. There he goes.
Off the ground at 30, 31 feet, 35 feet.
So
Hal Stockman's total score of 122 for round one. Steve Henry at 45. Maybe if Steve lets the right tire spin this time, he'll get off faster.
Okay, here he is. He's settled in. He's on his takeoff sequence. There he goes. 2 rotations.
2 rotations of the tire. You know,
2 rotations of the tires, and off he goes.
Those are 29s, I believe. So we can extrapolate, right?
You know, it's funny, guys, when you see the line judges have their cell phones out. That's how you know you're looking at something special. Now, Colin is killing it. Let's see what he's got this time. Pulled a little early.
I think that he had an expectation for more wind. We just had this brief pause where the winds have calmed down just enough, and it does make a difference. It makes such a difference in these super light, high-performance aircraft.
Speaking of super light, high-performance aircraft, here comes Mr. Dan Reynolds. Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Reynolds trailered this plane all the way down from Canada.
6 days of driving to get here. That is dedication to the sport he loves.
And here he comes. Throttle up and back.
Oh, my goodness. That's 30 feet, I'm guessing? 30?
30 feet, maybe.
And again, the winds are down from what they were when he landed.
They are.
And not just a little bit. Yeah, that's a third less.
So you've got Hal, who's kind of an old school machinist, okay, getting all the weight out of the aircraft.
Absolutely.
And then you've got Steve, horsepower, and
it's light.
Really good landings.
Oh, man.
Really good landings. And then completely out of the box is Dan Reynolds.
Dan Reynolds just said, "You guys, why do you guys have a box?"
Yeah, see, okay, that's the way he would think.
Why are you doing this the way everyone else does this? Yeah. Let's think of what would be, he doesn't have any issues with prop clearance. He can push that nose as far as he wants to, build up as much speed as he needs to, especially in those Valdez winds, which is what the airplane was built to do.
And if he noses over, who cares?
Exactly.
But now here comes Mr. Hal Stockman on approach. Let's see how we do.
Oh, it's a scratch.
It's a scratch on Hal Stockman.
He had the speed. It was beautiful. I think that if he'd held that for another tenth of a second, that would have been one of our best landings of the day.
Set up so well. So would you say Dan Reynolds just thinks you should fly everything?
I think that Dan Reynolds and I see eye to eye.
Nah, fly everything.
Fly all the things.
Fly everything. I'm an airport director, and I tell people all the time that we do not discriminate about aviation. Anybody who wants to come to our airport, because we have a lot of powered parachutes that fly at Feliciana Airport. And here comes Steve Henry.
Keep it off, Steve. Keep it off.
Okay, he's dealing with some gusts.
And again, Steve
on a scratch.
Steve has a little bit more of a struggle than the average pilot because Steve is flying a turbocharged engine. Now
So there's a little
turbo
lag.
lag, right? If you need a lot of power quickly, turbo is not the way. And right there, if he hadn't been using a turbo, if he had a Hal's engine in his airplane, I would have bet that he would have saved that. Hal has that instantaneous throttle response.
I would love to see the two of them have that conversation.
I'd love to see the two of them swap airplanes for an afternoon.
Wouldn't that be interesting? Oh, hold on now.
That's
You're
what we're
onto
missing
something.
from National STOL is the airplane swap race.
Swap. And here comes Colin Kasibinski.
Nice and
coming
consistent.
in.
Keep it up.
This is very
He's got
nice.
it this time.
This is a seriously professional looking landing right here.
Very nice indeed.
Very good.
90-ish feet. Very, very well controlled. The winds are picking back up just in time for Dan.
So here comes Mr. Dan Reynolds on a high approach, creeping in.
This is his way.
This is like being stalked by a turtle.
Or a pterodactyl.
Yeah.
You know?
Or a pterodactyl that moved in slow motion. And you're watching this guy come in, slowly letting it down.
Look at those flaps just inch their way in. He's got it set up. The slats are in play now. He's got the wind he's looking for now. We saw him do a 3-foot landing.
He's going to have to put a little power in now. He's going to have to put in a little power.
Oh, he's frustrated with
Gust
that.
got him.
It did.
Look, he's not even going to hold still to be scored.
It has become very gusty out here.
Yeah, he won't even hold still to become scored. He's just driving off. He's disgusted with himself.
I don't know if the disgust is the right term, but I think he's definitely got a little disappointed with the situation.
He's a little hat. But now we might be seeing more and more Dan Reynolds down here in the Husky National STOL Series and other kind of STOL events as things start to open up.
Love to see it.
I can't help but wonder if for sheer dramatic effect, Dan's just not holding off on us.
I don't know. I think that Dan is, when you take a purpose-built aircraft, an airplane that's designed for one location, and it's not just for that location, but it's designed for that location.
Yeah.
You're changing the game a little bit on him, and I know that he can outfly a lot of the aircraft here.
Look at that.
That was a short takeoff.
30 feet.
30, 35 feet. Excellent
What
work.
a great takeoff by Hal Stockman.
Waiting for that turbo spool and watching that tire, that stripe in the tire is so telling.
Okay.
There's the screen. That was a short takeoff, my friend.
He made one mistake. He left his brakes locked.
You got to quit doing that.
Did you see the motor pull the tires across the grass?
Yeah.
The sheer horsepower of that engine, ladies and gentlemen, was pulling those tires
while they're fully
across
locked.
the grass while they were fully locked. That is an amazing display of horsepower. And here comes Colin. Got that tail up.
Very nice.
Outstanding.
When
Colin
you see
Kasibinski.
that level of consistency, I mean, he is doing this in an airplane you could use every day.
He might just be looking for a stay at the casino resort. He might just be looking for a weekend getaway. You never know. All right, here comes Dan.
All right, so Dan's second landing got judged as 500 feet because he never stopped. But this one, he's going to be pushing for a lot less than that.
He's here to win the whole kitty caboodle. So, folks, the rules are if you don't stop and let the line judges get a score on you, your score is automatically scored as 500. That's kind of like a goose egg in golf. If you play golf, you just give yourself an 8 if you just stink a hole up. Well, if you never stop rolling, your score is 500. Dan never stopped rolling, so currently Dan's in last place.
But only by 529 feet.
Correct.
It's all right. We believe in him. We think that this next round he's going to get a really good score on the board because he can't go home like that.
Oh, no, he's going to bring it in nice and high. I think Dan's probably going to stick it on his third one. See, he's going for the less than 6 foot landing. What's his world record?
I think it's 6 feet.
It's 6 feet. He's looking for a less than 6 foot landing. And here comes Hal Stockman.
Hal working the power.
Looking good.
Doesn't want to scratch this time. He's across the line.
Absolutely perfect.
And stopped in under 50 feet.
Textbook.
Fantastic.
Textbook landing by Mr. Hal Stockman, ladies and gentlemen. Perfect.
This is one of the
Absolutely
reasons
perfect.
why Tal is so freaking popular. Is he is such a humble and joyful guy. You know that he
Absolutely.
lands that and he's just coming alive inside.
Oh man, he's happy with that. Steve's coming in kind of low.
He's definitely changing the
On
game
this
here.
one.
Steve is really coming in low.
Steve's coming in
and he's
kinda
got
low.
the gusts he needs right now. It's going to make it more challenging, but it could give him the staying distance he needs.
He's going to burp that power at the end, come up, and then try
Listen
and
to that
dive
turbo
down.
spool. Did you hear that turbo spool?
Oh, no! DQ.
Disappointing. Got the
Very
X.
disappointing. Still in first place.
Still in first place.
Still in first place. But of
He
course,
only needed to take one run.
but of course, every single time he's looking to do just
a little better.
a little bit better.
That's
Every
right.
single time. It is that spirit of continuous improvement. And here comes Colin Kasibinski coming in low. Colin has really just been
He's impressing me.
outstanding.
To fly
Outstanding
with
at
the
this.
likes of these three other pilots and to be
Yep.
so competitive that he's really doing an
Oh,
excellent job.
scratch.
Despite a scratch, it's excellent
Scratched out.
flying.
That's all right. That's a great job by Mr. Colin Kasibinski, ladies and gentlemen. How about that? Okay, here comes Dan Reynolds.
One more pass. This is it. This is all the marbles right here.
This is all the marbles.
We
this
know
is-
he
I'm
has the
nervous.
skill. We know he has the
I'm
ability.
nervous.
We know we could see another world record right now.
I'm actually nervous. Okay, here he comes. He's got it kind of
He's
high.
got the wind right now. Feel this wind at our back. We are in position to see history made.
He's got more than enough wind. The wind's isn't the problem. It's the gusts.
Ride it
Here
out,
he
brother.
comes.
Ride it out. Ride it out.
Right out. There he goes.
Oh, my goodness.
All right. Okay.
It wasn't 6 feet, but it's pretty sensational.
The question is, where does that put him in the standings?
This is going to be a challenging call. I know. I'm thankful we have numbers, not personalities and decisions. Let's see here. We're waiting for the final number. I just heard Tom talking to us. What was that number? 22-foot landing.
22-foot landing.
22 feet, guys.
22 feet.
Absolutely exceptional. Everyone is here in person. I love it for you guys to put your hands together for those we've seen so far. We've got one more trick up our sleeve, but get those hands together.
We got
many thanks to all the
everybody
pilots who came out.
Give it up for Dan Reynolds.
Thank you guys for being here.
Hal Stockman. We have one more flyer today. Our local boy, Mr. Keith Wall, in one of the crowd favorites,
The air cam.
the Air Cam.
200 horsepower, 1,100 pounds. He is sitting at the end of a toboggan, and he's going to catapult himself basically straight up. When you fly one of these and you feel the climb rate, it is absolutely astonishing. The first time you do it, it'll light your hair on fire a little bit, make you feel like you need to go spend a couple $100,000 and buy yourself one. I highly recommend that you do, and let me borrow it.
Keith's going to come up to the line. The line judge is going to stop him.
He's got the wind that the other guys needed. Look at this wind we have now.
Look at that. This is awesome. It really speaks to.
That's
Okay,
competitive.
see?
All right, that's
Look at that.
competitive.
That's what I'm talking about.
60 feet in an 1,100-pound airplane. Just need 200 horsepower to get there.
That's what I'm talking about right there, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to fly a nice tight pattern. He's in a class all by himself, ladies and gentlemen.
This is our opportunity to see something you can't see every day.
That's right. Now, for all you air cam operators out there, I mean, if we had 5 air cams, I think I could talk Doug into.
Heck, we had 3 air cams. I think we could talk Doug into it.
I think we could talk Doug into it. Where's Doug?
And again, I'll say PC-12 class. We need a PC-12 class.
So, Eric, it's been a pleasure.
Pleasure's been all mine, Matt. It's been a blast. To everybody
it.
watching at home, thank you guys for having us in your house.
It has been just really great. If you haven't been to a Husky National STOL Series event, don't worry, one's coming to your area soon. There's over 7 events that are occurring this year. We're going to be in Lakeland, Florida, here next month.
Yeah, just about 3 weeks from now.
Just about 3 weeks from now. The demo team will be flying STOL almost every day.
We're looking forward to having you guys there. And as always, make sure that you are following up with the social links of all the pilots that are there. You can find my own social links at youtube.com/aviator. We put out a new episode every Friday of all sorts of aviating shenanigans. And we look forward to doing more events like this. So for all of you guys who are out there, let's enjoy this air cam. Let's see what he can do with his landing. We're obviously impressed by his takeoff. And we would like to thank our sponsors once again, especially all of those who made this particular event happen. Our local sponsors, the airport board, and everyone here in Jennings as well.
Absolutely. The Jeff Davis Parish Tourism Commission. We can't say enough good things about them. The town of Jennings, the mayor, the sheriff's department, the fire department that came out and stood by. All of the great folks and the great volunteers here. I see Mr. Tim Gwynn, the king of volunteers, is here. Thank y'all so much. What's that, Tim?
We got more information coming, but get your eyes to the left and watch this air cam. He is bringing it in nice and easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, also tonight, starting at 5 p.m. after the award ceremony on the runway,
looks like awards are at the RV at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. And
dinner's at 5, right?
And the Bernie Allen Band will be here tonight. Your ticket to the competition, there he goes. Caught a little gust right there at the end. Your ticket to the competition is also your ticket to the concert. Of course, Miss Marilyn's still going to be making great food all day.
All right, that was our first landing from our friend of the air cam, but this gives us the opportunity we've been waiting for. This gives us the opportunity to walk you through the light experimental scores. And I'm going to do it in reverse order because, you know, it just makes things a little more tense. In last place, in 8th place, Cody Morris with a combined score of 203 feet. Next up, 8 feet behind him, Jared Justice with 195 in his Kitbox Model 4. Eddie Sanchez taking 6th place with 159 feet, losing out by 1 foot.
1 foot.
To Rick Boardman and his Carbon Cub SS. That's crazy. Colin Kasibinski with a very impressive 116 feet, 4th place. Very nice. Hal Stockman, 3rd place, 78 feet.
Unbelievable.
78 feet.
78 feet.
Dan Reynolds in his 2022 Chinook Valdez Special, 52 feet.
52.
And then just 7 feet shorter, although I still believe he didn't roll in the first takeoff, 45 feet for Mr. Steve Henry takes the class and the shortest combined score of the day.
How about that? And here goes Mr. Keith Wald in his air cam. Look at that thing climb.
Congratulations to all of our pilots today. You guys have done an exceptional job. We've seen safe flying. We've seen pilots who are pushing hard and trying to learn and do the best they can, and it's been a joy to watch you fly.
That thing sounds like a turboprop. I know.
Sponsors or just close it out. I don't know how much longer you can go. All right, as we are waiting for the next 2 landings from the air cam, I want you guys just to sit back, relax, and enjoy the beautiful day out here in Louisiana. Matt, thank you for having us out here. We are going to get through all of these landings. They've been pretty fun to watch. If you watch his airplane flex when it bounces, it certainly makes you go, ooh.
Ooh, man. He is not just flying that thing. Look, he knows how to fly it. He's going to have all that energy out. When that thing settles on that runway, it is done. It is out of juice.
Out of juice. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, no, when you're landing with a paramotor, of course, you're not going to run. You can't run 30 miles an hour.
So it's different. We slide. So especially those of us on higher level wings that are kind of like the pit special of the extra 300, you can take one wing and it flies like a Cessna 172. It's big, safe, and spongy. Or you can switch out to something a little more sporty. My approach speed downward and forward is almost 80 miles an hour.
See?
And then I plane out. I put my foot on the ground to keep myself balanced and ski a couple hundred feet.
Down you go.
It's a blast.
Of course. That is awesome.
It really makes it fun.
Got me kind of interested in this. Now I want to check it out.
I love all things aviation, but there's something special about running into the sky for sure.
That is just awesome. And big thanks, of course, to all of our volunteers out here today. Big shout out.
Could not do it without all of you. I mean, it's been some of the nicest people I've met here have been the volunteer staff, and they have really poured themselves into making this event happen.
This has been great. And big shout out to the Civil Air Patrol who came out and marshaled 50 aircraft, just GA aircraft, that came and flew in to watch this competition. Cannot thank them enough. It was so great having those young people out here today, and of course they were our color guard for our national anthem. You just can't beat young Civil Air Patrol cadets.
They are very passionate people for sure, and I have to say it's been neat to watch the entire community here in the southeast United States come out. We've got pilots from Texas, from Arkansas, from Virginia. I mean, people flying from all over the country to be a part of this event and to see what they could do. Oh,
Keith scratched.
Barely touched. It was like I think he just touched the top of the grass.
Just the touch of the top of the grass with that right wheel.
Oh, you know he's frustrated with that one.
Yeah. And then it is so great. And you talk about the aviation community. It has been absolutely wonderful just having everybody out here today and seeing all these awesome GA airplanes. And the party's going to start here in about, let's see, it's 3 o'clock now. So we have an award ceremony at 4, a concert at 5. And that's going to be going on into the night.
We got a crawfish boil out here.
And we have a crawfish boil.
And that's kind of an important thing in Louisiana. If you don't have a crawfish boil,
well, you're here in crawfish season.
Were we even here if we didn't have one?
No.
I'm looking forward to it.
I don't know. I don't see any way anybody could come down here. And it was kind of funny when we were contracting with Husky National STOL, SWAMP STOL. Here comes Mr. Keith Wall.
Third one. Let's see if he can beat his previous best. Oh, that was short. 48 feet.
Awesome.
That was exceptional to watch. Exhibition display. Let's look at these results. We don't have any results in yet. I'm looking forward to seeing what the results were for that. That looked like it was under 50 feet to me.
That is great.
They said we're not scoring it. Dang it.
We are.
We get to guess them.
Yeah, we are. We're scoring it. I can tell you one thing about this. Even when they say they're not scoring it,
we're scoring.
We're keeping score. We know. It's kind of like the youth basketball games where know, nobody ever keeps score. The kids keep score.
When you know.
When you know, you know.
You know.
But no, when we were first setting this up for this year, Doug Jackson knew that we were going to be here during crawfish season, and he said, Matt, I've only got one requirement for this year's Swamp STOL. We got to have a crawfish boil.
Oh yeah. One of my employees is my chief filmmaker. He is from New Orleans.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So a few weeks ago, he got like 40 pounds of crawfish for like 8 of us. We ate like kings. And I got a lot of heck from my buddy Sean over here. He's from Louisiana, about 20 minutes up the road. And he's like, you went to DI's last night? You didn't get crawfish? I said, well, I had a bunch, and I'm going to have a bunch tonight.
We're going to have some tonight.
Yeah.
You can save the room for the crawfish because we're going to have some crawfish tonight.
For sure.
That's going to be great. If you don't eat crawfish, they'll be jambalaya.
Well, I mean, if you don't eat crawfish, you're wrong. It's kind of like flying a nose wheel.
You'd be surprised who doesn't. And there are some of our pilots from more northern regions who call them crayfish or crawdads.
Tiny lobsters. I don't know.
They're tiny little lobsters. Just think of it as a tiny, tiny little lobster that you want to,
It's like all the work of a lobster for 1/10 of the amount of meat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it works.
Exactly. It works just fine.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we are winding down to the last landing of this year's Swamp STOL, I want to once again thank you very much for being a part of this. My name is Eric Farewell. This is Matt. Appreciate you guys for joining us, and I look forward to many, many more. Let's watch as our friend Keith brings it in for the final landing of SWAMP STOL DEUX.
Bringing it in nice and low. There's Jared riding his one wheels. Ooh, y'all crazy about them one wheels.
Love the one wheels, man. You gotta love them.
Here he comes. Going to float that thing right across the line. Perfect.
Nice. Makes it look easy.
He makes it look easy. That's exactly right.
And look at them running around down here scoring. They were scoring.
They're scoring. Don't worry. They're scoring.
All right, guys. Once again, it's been such a pleasure to be able to share our love of aviation.
Absolutely.
And the love that all of us here share. Some crazy flights, some impressive takeoffs and landings, and a completely safe event. So for all of you out there in Internet land, thank you for watching, and we'll look forward to seeing you guys at Sun and Fun in just a few weeks. Enjoy. See y'all later.
Take care. on that reversible prop as soon as his elastic boom wheels hit the turn. That was outstanding. Boom. Now, did you see the shocks play out?
I did.
He was completely out of it. Jeff Womack, ladies and gentlemen, he's got a GoPro on that thing. Sacrilege. He's got a GoPro on a 2-cylinder, 39 horsepower, 1934 Aeronautica C3. And here he goes, ladies and gentlemen. No tail wheel, just a tail skid. Perfect.
I guess I'm going to go hold a baby alligator. See you guys later.